Okay, I am late. I am sorry. Very small. I am sorry for Al. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for music or not, so I'm turning it down. Also, it's very loud for me. Okay. Hello, everyone. The game's not showing up. There it is. Phew! I'm good. Alrighty. So let's see, this is called Voiceless Elegy. From what I read, we are, a woman in the, Victorian era. Not era.
Boop.
Other than that, I do not know. Mama Beans is now calling me. Mama Beans wants me to let the doggos out. It's as soon as I hit that stream button, they're like, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? Come on. No. Come on. This way, baby. Out you go. Go, go. Okay. How's everyone doing? Now that I can actually sit down and play the game for a bit. Other than that, I don't know what the game is about. Yes? Yeah? Give me one moment. Beanie got up because Beanie got offered a brownie. Beanie's also gonna stay up because just to go let the doggos in because she hears them. Doggo. The other doggo that is normally here, waiting to be let in, is nowhere to be found. Hi, Pippi. I feel like I should just stay standing for right now until, you know, both dogs are in. Which means Sunday has to come in soon. Just so everyone is aware, most of the day today, I was legitimately looking through all my files for all my Vroid items. So I can put them into Vroid. My god, was it a lot. Shut the door, baby. That is what I did most of my day. Also pulling my hair out because I couldn't find a lot of the stuff that I had. Because, you know, I made it myself. So I had to go through another folder, try and get all that. It was fun. Let me see. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, but a lot of sounds are. So other than the Victorian era, I don't really know much about it. I shouldn't have started it. If y'all, I don't think anyone remembers this, but I played Oathbreaker. Oathbreaker creator, Larky Labs, is the one who created this. Hence why I'm a-okay with starting this and seeing the first part is about. Because I love Larky Labs. And Larky Labs, just as a you know, reminder, I am still waiting for the remake of the game with Ida. However you want to say her name. I am waiting for that remake. I am sitting waiting. I want to see what you have done to improve it, because the little updates that you gave a long time ago makes me really excited to see what you're doing. I really hope it's still like going on. It's probably in the background, you know, because they want to make new stuff. But my God, I am here. I am waiting. I'd love to see what you do with that. I'll probably have to replay it for you guys to see it, but I'll have to find something to play it on, because it was made with Flash, I do believe. The last era of Flash games. So that's gonna be. Are you making cooling noises? I have a cat making a cooling noise at me. Did you get licked? Did somebody lick the back of your head? Oh, bite me, crow. But yeah. I like how that's how they define the age. This is how you define the age, people. Whether if you have whether you have cheekbones or not. Because yeah, that's a thing, right? That's a thing. Hi, like, how are you doing? Let's. Oh wow. Thank you for the hydrate. We could do brown hair, blue eyes. Let's just do that. Can you though, voice? You have a baby face voice. Even Risa said it. Actually, maybe we do green eyes to go with the dress. Is that blue or green? I can't tell. I know that is blue. That gem is blue. But is this like a greeny blue, possibly? We'll just go with it. The tale upon which you're about to embark was never crafted for the faint of heart. Within these pages dwell scenes of criminality and cruelty, of bloodied hands and bodies stilled in death. Shadows of grief, menace, and unwholesome desires stir amidst its chapter where both flesh and spirit may be undone. Be forewarned, you'll behold disturbing apparitions. I don't. Whatever the word is, I'm pretty sure I said it right one of the times. Grievous wounds, and the echoes of suffering both of the body and the mind. It is a work steeped in horror, and it speaks openly of matters which polite society would rather banish into silence. Should you proceed, do so with your eyes unflinching and your resolve firm. I can speak. Just so everyone is also aware, the versions I play are the free versions. So let me also state that there is versions where it is so not safe for work, and I don't know how unsafe it is for stream. I don't think it's that, bad for stream, but they're you know there's definitely that. I at one point do want to get the not safe for work portions of the game. I should state that. Because some of the games that they have are done. And I can like grab them, But I don't know. But yeah. Maybe the next time I get paid from Twitch, I'll do it. And then I can completely go insane from how it's not safe for work. I honestly don't know how it's not safe for work. I've seen the simple ones. I'm not sure. This visual novel includes frequent interactive elements. Before these events occur, a small icon will appear in the top right corner of the screen. This icon, this little save file with a slash on it, will be able to save the game for a short period. This usually appears before an interaction. Before interactive cutscene begins. This icon indicates that a quick time event is approaching. It is recommended to save your game at this point. This icon signifies the beginning of a point-and-click investigation. Move your cursor across the scene and select items to examine them more closely. This is going to be interesting. Thank you for the 10 streak stream. Blackford, in all your passages through Morvain, you have seldom set foot within its walls, and with good reason. The kingdom's largest city is less a settlement than a blight. Half steeped in the intrigues of its syndicates, half masked with the gilding of courtly splendor. To trend its streets is to walk knowingly into the jaws of one beast or another, each disavowing the other, though both gnaw at the same bone. Yet even Blackford is not without its snares. Its shopfronts bleed lamplights into the small hours. Its taverns throng with ceaseless noise. Its courts and alleys alike conspire to draw the idle, the desperate, and the lost. There the kingdom's heart beats fastest, though not with vigor, but with fever. Besides you, your trusted companion fidgets restlessly, Since arriving in the city, he has seemed ill at ease, though you cannot say exactly how you know. He has the habit of keeping this, well, everything to himself. His incorporeal form hardly helps. As some manner of spirit, he has lingered at the edge of your vision for as long as you can remember. You sometimes wonder if Ribbon was the first word you ever spoke, for he has been there through it all, from crawling to walking to talking, the whole affair. So this dude is a spirit. What's wrong? Please stop, Ribbon. Here, I should... Oh, look. Stoic, +1. Can I... Oh, this isn't... Can I, like, go backwards? I can't go backwards. So here, we have choices, you know. Obviously, I don't think I can go over them right here, too. But I kind of skipped over stuff because I wanted to try and go back and I couldn't. Ribbon, I beg your composure. I'm quite composed. The city vexes me. The clamor is restless. Do you not hear it? I hear nothing in the sort. For a city of its magnitude, this side is surprisingly quiet. It's a soul screaming, little lamb. You'll hear it, don't you worry. When night falls and you lay your head upon the pillow, your eyes will open, but not the eyes you wear. You shift uneasily, fully aware of the meaning behind his words. Since your 11th birthday, toiling as a humble cleaning girl within the clinic's walls, you have heard it all. Whispers not only of the living, but those who dwelled beyond. And those caught in the shadowed in between. It began with the restless souls long departed from this world, seeking aid in whatever manner they might. At first it was subtle, a sudden chill upon your hands, a fleeting breeze stirring a room, the front of windows. Then came the sub-objects, shifting quietly of their own accord. Your memory, sharp as ever, recalls the candle you set upon the table, only to find it gone moments later. As if sensing your watchful gaze, the souls clung to you with desperate fervor. Their only tether to existence, their sole hope to be heard, to find some measure of relief. You retrieve the newspaper advertisement from your pocket and fold it with care. There, in ornate lettering, it reads, "Medium urgently required to investigate and cleanse a house reputably haunted. Prior to sale. Handsome remuneration assured upon completion. You cannot decide whether the notice is a jest or the desperate plea of one beleaguered by misfortune. Most hauntings you have encountered in your time as a medium have revealed themselves to be little more than a broken pipe, a band of rats, or the occasional raccoon. Still, the pay is good, and you find yourself in need of a foothold within the city for your ongoing inquiries. This opportunity will serve as well as any. So, as I said, so this is actually different. Normally, we get like 3 options, which has been most of the games that they have played. This is new, the stoic option. This is what they called it in the top corner here, stoic. This is basically nice, cunning, and basically whatever you want to call it. Mean, nice, mean, cutting. That's how it goes. And now stoic. We need this. We must find the nun who took me in at the orphanage, both of us. She's the only lead we have. Am I resisting? I'm merely complaining, which, might I remind you, is a habit I have cultivated rather thoroughly. Finally come to a halt before your destination. 17 Ashburn Lane, nestled within the heart of Blackford. If all proceeds as hoped, Mr. Carver will grant you lodging for the night in exchange for your services. One can only hope that no other medium currently occupies the house. Not that you imagine many like yourself wander these streets. Those who claim the title medium have long earned a reputation for deceit. Find yourself envying such frauds, for your own gift often brings more trouble than solace. Gather your bags and step from the carriage, sighing at your luck as your companion materializes beside you, without so much as a sweat. Being some manner of spirit, he requires no burden to bear. You could only begrudgingly wish he was somewhat more of Abel. perhaps in bearing a portion of your heavier belongings, but alas, he reserves all his ghostly privileges solely to vex you. A decidedly small quarter of the city. I dare say it would not fetch any better a price for it less haunted. I like it. I could buy it. I don't care. Let's go. I like it. Find the quiet rather welcome. Besides, we have endured far worse, have we not? Dare say we have also seen better. You approach the ornate door, its panels adorned with roses, each petal and thorn carved with care. Though the street is far from grand, the houses seem to bear the quiet dignity of a place once cherished. Perhaps long ago is filled with hope, now faded, but the carvings still seem to remember. You reach for the polished brass of the mechanical doorbell, coming from the rural edges of Morvain. You'll seldom encounter such devices outside the homes of landowners, and the crisp, metallic chime still feels faintly novel to your ear. What song? The fuck is that, Crow? Do I want to know? Do I want to know?
You copy how I'm moving, huh? Oh, you think I'm stupid? Yellow flash, I'm dodging Cupid. I'm a not onto the bullshit. I'm too focused on the music. I got love for.
What the fuck? Get wrecked, Crow. Get fucking wrecked. Oh, I'm guessing it played because it was from Discord. That's probably why. And I didn't have Discord muted. That would explain that. Because I thought I had the music tab, muted, and it is, so. Soon enough, the sound of footsteps reaches you from within. The door opens with a creak that lingers in the quiet of the street. Before you stands a man dressed in a well-tailored fashion of a city gentleman. His blue eyes meet yours, curious, and though his expression carries little warmth, neither does it suggest your arrival is unwelcome. At your side, Ribbon shifts, folding his arms. He has ever been inclined to view every young man as a possible threat to your well-being. You have long since passed your maidenhood. Yet, for reasons he has never explained, and you expect he scarcely understands, your companion remains steadfast in this particular guardianship. How may I be of service to you, madam? His eyes are a pretty color. Good evening. I'll help you. Actually, I'm here to remove the spirit. Here for the haunting. Good evening. Mr. Carver, I take it? I'm Evelyn Vale. I come regarding your appeal for assistance with the spirit in the residence. We have been in correspondence, as you know. You present him the advertisement he placed in the newspaper. He says it for a brief moment, returning to you, curiosity in his eyes and the faintest trace of a smile upon his lips. A small nod, he steps back, opening the door wider, and turns inward, unexcited in welcome. Certainly. Pray do come in, please. Step into the entryway, greeted by the familiarity of a typical Blackford city house. Patterned wallpaper clings to the the walls, dimly lit by solitary gas lamps resting atop the hall table. The floorboards groan beneath each step, revealing the years etched into their worn surface. Faint scent of aged wood and dust hang about, stifling even without the whispers of restless spirits said to haunt its corners. And it is true, from the moment you cross the threshold, a chill pricked the back of your neck. A silent herald of unseen. A subtle wisp of smoke lingers in the air, though the room appears no different from any other house in Blackford. The tension presses closer, as if drawing you under. Something is deeply wrong here, and you cannot help but wonder how long it'll take to uncover the cause. This promises to be quite entertaining. So you're an agile medium then, Miss Phil. Miss, I apologize. I'm not sure we'll see the house is haunted. You don't believe me. Not a charlatan. I see your skepticism, Mr. Carver, but rest assured I am no charlatan. I've dealt with beings beyond this world for as long as I can recall, most often without so much as a penny in repercussions. Well, of course, I beg your pardon if I cause offense, but I am but an earthman, and I find it difficult to fathom that which lies beyond my senses. Might I trouble you for a tour, Mr. Carver? Should any chamber bear the telltale signs, it would be prudent to begin there. But of course, allow me to carry your bag up to the guest room first. Do allow me to accompany you then. We shall begin there. As you ascend the staircase to the second floor, the feeling of drowning deepens. Though all appears normal to the eye, the walls seem to press inward, constricting your breath. A dull ache begins to throb at your temples. You glance around. No sign of your spirits yet, but it is unmistakably clear something dwells within this house. Something angry. Something urgent, pressing against the very air you breathe. I take it the quiet does not trouble you. For my part, I am unaccustomed to it. My own residence lies near the heart of the city, where one is never spared the clatter of carriage wheels day or night. This house could scarcely be any louder. Do you hear the crying? Then this is not your own residence that you're offering for sale. No. The owners have regrettably passed on a year ago. By order of the city council, it has fallen to me, as the land agent, to oversee the sale of the property. A year? All this trouble for a commission fee? I do hope it proves worth your while. Indeed, miss, you and I both. This is the guest room. I trust it'll suffice for your needs. Mr. Carver steps into the small bedroom. Bearing your suitcase, he places it carefully beside the wardrobe. By any count, it's a comfortably appointed room, though somewhat cramped. After days spent on the road, however, it feels like a haven, if a modest one. Though your work has only begun, you cannot help but long for rest. If rest will be permitted, that is. Given your inability probing, it seems likely the house occupant, whoever it may be, will soon make its displeasures known. Sigh softly at the thought and stepped further inside. Thank you, Mr. Carver. It's more than sufficient. My pleasure, Miss Vale. I occupy the main bedroom at the far end of the hall. Should you require anything, be it by day or night, I remain at your disposal. You don't say, huh? I'm sorry. I am not at all sorry for that. Here, allow me to show you the way. Oh, we hand romance him! Do we do it? Do we do it? So, if this is like, Oathbreaker with the chapters, each chapter will come out in their own parts. I do believe it was the second chapter in Oathbreaker that is when you had to firmly pick a romance partner. I don't know if this is going to be the same thing here or not. I'm curious to find out, though. Hold on, I'm looking. Okay, Gabby's not in here. I will state this. It is impressive of how far they have come. Because if no one knows, Oathbreaker 1 was in the old style way of how she used to draw. And they are now, doing this. It's come a long way. 2 is when I first saw this type of artistic ability. This is really amazing, though. I don't know. If it isn't, I don't want to just like instantly flirt and be locked in, you know? But at this point, I think it's just this, you know? To your bedroom. To your bedroom. Among other rooms. Should you prefer to bypass any quarters? Pray do tell me now. Do let me know. Evie. Scarver, if I may ask, how long has it been since you took lodging here? What just happened? What did I just do? Why does it look like that? Is he a fucking spirit too? Hello, game? Can I not return? Few months, I believe, though I dare say I spend the greater part of my days in my office downtown. Let's just state this. The game just came out. I don't remember when it came out. It didn't come out that long ago, though. So there are going to be bugs in this game. I.e., what that was. I don't know what that was, but it was a little bug. Hi, Shadow. And you have observed nothing I've missed during your stay. I'm afraid not, Miss Vale. Perhaps the spirits concern themselves only with those who bear the like spirits of the house? So, what? To my knowledge, they make no such distinctions. Oh, lordy. They comprehend neither your presence here nor their own. I'm certain there must be some reason for it. My grandmother used to say that I'm far too fortunate for my own good. So I suspected she meant it as a warning rather than a compliment. Liar, liar, terror, tongue on snare, truth be gone from anywhere? Mr. Carver leads the way into the study, his footsteps hesitant in the dim light. The room is small, as with the rest of the house. Yet the walls are lined with bookshelves, each crammed with a row upon row of tomes. At the center, a desk occupies the floor, while an old wooden ladder leans against the shelves, long unused and draped in dust and cobwebs. The house's general wear and tear pervades this room as well, yet it seems to possess a particular peace, apart from the dull tension that lingers elsewhere. Perhaps you think whatever dwells here once enjoyed being in this room. So many books. The owner must have been well learned. The head of the household was a lawyer, or so I've been told. One would imagine a lawyer might afford a finer house. Makes sense. Poor lawyer. Are you sure? I see. I see. Is it gonna load the next part? Okay, maybe I need to click over here where the words are. Shall we? As you turn towards the door, preparing to leave, your gaze falls upon a small marble by the ladder. Its purple hue glimmers faintly in the glim light. Wonder whether the family might have had a young child. Perhaps that would account for the crying Riven has mentioned. If so, caution will be required. Children's hauntings are far more troublesome than those of adults. Not only are the spirits more bewildered and lost, they prove far harder to communicate with and infinitely more difficult to contain. Do I take the marble or leave the marble? What should we do? Chat? Someone in my chat, say something. Do we take the marble or not? How do I let doggo out? Really? Shadow. Yeah, about whether to take the marble or not. Sunday. 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 Don't. Sunday. Who you barking at? Huh? Who you barking at? Oh god. I'm good. Almost slipped, but I'm good. Okay, so we take the marble. You approach the ladder and crouch to retrieve the marble from the floor. Though the house has lain abandoned for years, you notice the marble bears no layer of dust. Its surface is clear, as though it had been handled only recently. Oh, look at that. That's pretty. Kara has to deal with that on his own. Reach down and lift the marble, its cool, smooth surface pressing against your fingertips. The purple hues shimmer like stars scattered across a bright night sky. Suddenly memories of your own childhood at the orphanage surge forth. They never truly had one, caught between Raven's presence in your mind and being sent away to work at the age of 10. Your youth was spent more with cleaning supplies than with toys. Perhaps this forged a certain strength, but you still find yourself, on occasion, begrudgingly, wondering whether anyone ever asked if you wished to be strong at all. Come to think of it, you never had any friends to play marbles with, have you, Lamb? Miss Vale? Tease Riven. Let it go. Should we? I mean, the other dude is there. I mean, why not? Would you play marbles with me? I beg your pardon? I suppose someone must have dropped it. Well, isn't that just whimsical? Your next stop is the master bedroom, notably larger than the guest room, yet bearing the same air and neglect as the rest of the upper floor. Top-up straight from corners, dust lies thick upon the surface, and the drawers and wardrobes stand untouched. So abandoned mid-use, as Mr. Carver said, he clearly spends most of his time away from the house. Once you have driven away its dwellers, he will need a more earthly sort of help to banish the dust and years from these walls. No phantoms lurking here, Miss Vale. I would far rather than turn in alone, or at least with company I can see coming. No, not yet. Company you can see coming. They don't sleep. I need my tools. I need my tools. I sense nothing as yet, Mr. Carver, though I shall require my tools naturally. Yes, of course. Should you wish me to leave the room, pray for me at any time. Now would suit me admirably. Shall we continue? Certainly, this way. As you approach the final room on the second floor, Raven's footsteps quicken. He slips inside almost impatiently, passing through the closed door without a backward glance. Curious to wait until Mr. Carver opens the door before stepping in yourself. Raven reveals Riven at his center, darting his eyes frantically back. You long to ask what has roused him so, but you first must be alone. Something settles heavily in your chest as you take in the room's contents. It once belonged to a child, and if your intuition is correct, this must be the domain of your dweller, trapped unheard, unable to cross over, wandering from one room to another. And as in life, when frustrated, children grow unruly. And though you would avoid the word, a poltergeist is the very reason no buyer has taken the house. Evelyn, there's something I miss with this one. You need not speak it twice. You feel it deep in your gut. It's as if the shadows you ever so slightly wrong, enough to project normalcy, yet beneath something else. Somewhere else, unlike the rest of the house, this place feels less abandoned. For some reason, no spiders have deemed it safe enough to spin webs. The air presses tight in your throat, invisible hands pressing against your windpipe, leaving you aware yet unsure of their presence. May I ask whose room this was? The family had a young boy, Alfie, 9 years of age. Most wretched affair and most unfortunate. Late in the night, the house was broken into. The entire family was killed and their belongings taken. Such cruelty, and still the culprits remain at large. Ma'am! Oh, hi! I was talking to Sunday. She wants to go back out again. It's all good. You scared the crap out of me. Bye. All right, you want to go back out? I don't know what has that dog so uptight, but my God, Gabby scared the crap out of me. Unfortunate truth of places such as Blackford, equal measures of fortune and despair. Family matters such as this leaves a mark on the house they have touched. Certainly, yet oddly, it is usually the parents who linger, not the children. For a child to remain to harbor such anger, when can I help but wonder what transpired in the house that night? Hold on, hold on. Where's the log? Okay, so I did read it all. Playing hide and seek, are we? Oh, we get to have a book? Are we? You watch Riven, his eyes starting from corner to corner, dark and alert. It is plain from his manner that the boy's presence lingers here. Though unseen, strange indeed to think about it. Children delight in games, yet this one seems content merely to hide. For a poltergeist, such restraint is usually tame. Lamb, if our little dweller is hiding, pray tell, what is it he seeks to hide from? Another one? I'm gonna die. Charming. This is bad. Another one. There's another one. Pardon? Do not err a letter. Lisa, dear. Mr. Carver, I hate to be the harbinger of ill tidings, but I fear this one may prove rather complicated. I should like to remain here for a few days if you would allow it. But of course, Miss Vale. The house, as it stands, is no longer on the market. You cannot in good conscience sell a haunted dwelling, whether by truth or mere rumor. Attend to what you must, and do not hesitate to request whatever assistance you require. Thank you. I shall endeavor to be out of your way at the earliest opportunity. So proceed then. Of course. Before you can leave the room, a small crackling sound draws your attention towards the window. Instantly, both you and Riven fix your gaze upon the source. See fine fissures spreading across the glass. Your eyes flip back to your spirit companion, only to find him grinning with mischievous delight. He revels in it, as he so often does when you are in pursuit of ghosts. The erratic and noble and unpredictable nature of these spirits holds a strange fascination for him. Curious weather. The remainder of the tour serves only to confirm that the haunting is no ruse. While the house, for the most part, bears the weight of neglect and perhaps the occasional verminous visitor, there are unmistakable signs of otherworldly dwellers. You cannot yet tell how many there are, nor of which these spirits will prove your greatest adversary. Alas, we have no housekeeper. The lady I hired left some months ago, when the few who claimed the house was, well, haunted. In any case, feel free to make use of the rooms as you see fit. As for food and drinks, I'm quite capable of preparing my own meals. Pray do not trouble yourself, Mr. Carver. Quite capable would be too generous a phrase, I think. Relatively capable, perhaps, but at best. In that case, I shall take my leave and retire to my own chamber, unless, of course, you require my company. Let's talk. You can leave. Though you're mindful that the investigation ought to begin, tools in hand, eyes to every corner, you may yet afford a moment to converse with Mr. Carver. Whatever he reveals could prove useful to your eventual dishaunting. Besides, it's no poor thing to secure a friend in Blackford. Pierce an agreeable enough gentleman, and one with connections in the housing market. Resource never to be disregarded. If it does not trouble you, Mr. Carver, Pray remain a while longer. Any particulars you can offer about the house will be most welcome. Well, of course, whatever you wish to know. By all means, share a meal. I doubt the poltergeist has supper plans. Seep towards the couch before the fireplace with Mr. Carver, sinking into its comfortable cushions, and finally resting your bones after the long journey. Mr. Carver immediately launches into conversation, easy and mundane chatter that nonetheless manages to make Riven yawn. Though he neither sleeps nor requires it, you speak of the weather of Blackford, the little bakery that recently opened 2 blocks down the street. Offers advice on which inns to avoid, which shops are worth visiting. Talk is casual, friendly even, yet cannot help but notice the discussion never returns to the house itself. Dude, as an aside, Mr. Carver, you mentioned the housekeeper complaining of the haunting. What did she say precisely? I fear I cannot say. My colleague was there when she left. I can ask him tomorrow, however, should you require it. If you would not mind, I could make use of any scrap of information. But of course, I should be glad to assist. Miss Phil, if you would forgive my curiosity, how is it that you became a medium in the possessional sense, I mean? You and Riven exchange a glance. His irritation gradually softens as memory visit him. Recall the day as clearly as though it was yesterday. Your 13 scarcely trees more than a child. It's a poet who had complained of the light in his house extinguishing each night, precisely 11 o'clock, now returning until morning. Gentleman who favored late hours of work, each blackout cost him a night's labor. So he discovered it was his departed wife, perhaps nursing a grudge against his affairs, though she may have been quiet in life. Whether from prudence or sentiment, the echoes of the dead observed no such restraint. You are but a maid in his household, yet upon investigating the matter and aiding in the dispelling the late mistress' lingering grudge, you are handsomely rewarded by the poet, and thus an idea took root in your mind. The departed roam freely, often unnoticed, and you found yourself an unwilling witness to their affairs. Perhaps you thought, if such work could bring... I had a hiccup. Okay. Uh, recompense while aiding both the departed and the living may not begrudge the labor it entailed. I got lucky, wrote and says and dead. Might as well. Long story. The story is rather long. In short, I helped a man rid his house of a persistent spirit. It's paid for my trouble. Chance affair, would seem. And you, Mr. Carver, how did you come to own land at such a young age? Well, I'm flattered you think so. I'm well into my 30s, as much like yourself, I came upon it by sheer chance. Most fortunate chance, I might add. Ah, my apologies. So the land was not inherited then. I wish it was so. No, I have labored long to arrive at my position. You may therefore find me unmoved by matters such as hauntings. I've seen far worse in a manner of speaking. Try making your way as a businessman without a single connection. Though my own affairs bear little comparison to yours, I understand your meaning. Truly, one might imagine that people would be generous when confronted with otherworldly threats. Do you return the spirits to the house should they fail to pray? I ask for a friend, of course. Do not trouble yourself. I have my own ways of handling such matters. Meeting Riven's gaze, a smirk threatens to cross your lips as he winks in his usual manner. He has much to his own dismay, since he cannot be bothered, assisted you in teaching a lesson to those who refuse payment from your services. Needless to say, they are compelled to pay double once you had dispatched Riven from their house as well. So to speak. Quite well deserved. That being said, though, the conversation has been pleasant and has eased some of the weariness from your journey. It is in truth time to attend to your work. Do not probe the poltergeist or whatever lurks beneath. You may enjoy a calm night, but alas, that is not why you have come. The haunting must be resolved before you can return to your affairs in the city. Speaking of which, Mr. Carver, though I have enjoyed your company, it's time to attend to the task of which I have come. Anything new? Former housekeeper left some months ago claiming the house was haunted. So they were slain during the night by intruders. Sunday once back in. Of course, Miss Vale, as I mentioned, I shall remain in my room should you require any assistance, and I shall come to you should I observe anything amiss. I wish you a pleasant night, in spite of your unwelcome companions. Good night, Mr. Carver. Truly, he's a walking taunt to any spirit. Might consider employing him, lamb. He departs, closing the door behind him. You exhale a long, weary sigh. Riven's incessant chatter is trying enough. But the house itself bears a weight, a throbbing heaviness that seems to press upon your temples. Ilms with sounds your ears cannot register, yet your senses perceive them all too clearly. You've not even begun your rituals, and already the house oppressive weight settles over you. Funny one. What did you see in the child's room? Nothing. I heard her footsteps. They came from all directions, ceiling, corners, walls alike. Footsteps that ran, halted, and ran again. I should say a veil hangs open in that room. It would account for why the child cannot pass on. Or perhaps someone is keeping him here. It is simple enough if it merely veil. If, however, there is another presence, ask your cards, Lamb. You have the sight. You waste no time as Raven settles on the couch. You make your way to the center of the room, hands reflexively brushing the small pouch at your belt. Your trusted cards. There are many tools by which of your sight may be of use. Boards, bones, stones, and pendulums. Yet the cards have always been your most reliable means of connecting with the dwellers. Do you know the question you wish to ask? A rather spry little fellow, wasn't he? Vernon is right. Unlike most spirits, poltergeists act on their impulses. It is never easy nor straightforward to extract answers from beings consumed by their own anger. Anger they can so easily turn upon you if pressed too far. One must be strategic, careful, and speak in terms even a child can comprehend. Sign, close your eyes. The air already shifts around you. Though the fireplace burns, it feels slightly colder now. Let's draw his attention and hold it. Alfie, may we speak? Could you spare me a moment, please? Oh. Oh. What do I do? Wait. It didn't explain anything. House. Poison. Rat. Death. Did you want to talk about your family? Are they here with you, Alfie? Should I take it as a warning or a threat? Perhaps neither. Alfie, were you unwell? Or perhaps those who harmed you were? 3 murders while battling a cough. I cannot deny that takes certain dedication. Is there something that vexes you? Something I miss? No answer. Fear we have made little progress. Perhaps you will speak once you pose your questions. Make them count. Go ahead then. Ask your next question and think carefully, for this may be your sole opportunity to get through to him. Fucking wait. Save! Save the goddamn game! I don't even know what that was about. Could we have gotten the kid to talk through the cards if I clicked correctly? Should have saved. I should have saved when I pulled up the notes thing. I should have saved. How are you doing, parts, by the way? Hope you're doing good. Oh. Why are you hiding? Do you need help? Why are you here? Alfie, why do you hide? Is someone trying to harm you? I'm going to fucking die with this game. Is it just me asking the cards questions? Can I even... Am I gonna get any answer out of this, though? That is my question. Am I gonna get any answer? I don't want to touch this. Let's see. Dog, mask, servant, son. Fraud. An imposter? Hardly an imposter if dead. Like, should I take it at face value or in a symbolic sense? Well then, is your answer clear? Fuck no, but that was terrifying! What the fuck was that for? You saw the... You had to... I fucking got that fucking... I didn't like that. By the way, there's an ad starting in like 30 seconds. I don't know. Temptation? Perhaps someone lured with false promises. Possible, though. Given your boy's silence, I rather doubt it. I was thinking for the boob. I don't know. I don't know. This game is just. Perhaps he withholds his words out of some misplaced loyalty to his parents? Or deems us too dull to engage? I'm even more perplexed than at the start of my questions. Perhaps clarity will come as we proceed with our investigation. Well, nothing else, we managed a conversation. Let's learn more of what transpired that night. To go herring after our ghosts through every room will profit us little. Suppose I should begin with the reporter who reported the crime, or the coroner himself. I imagine the coroner would not speak freely unless I were acting as a family's legal representation. Marvelous. Tomorrow shall find us scuttling about all corners of the blackboard then. It'll be fine. You are a ghost. You're annoying. Better than the prairies. Sure, it's not worse than the scuttling about the prairies in small towns we used to. Can't say I admire sheep in their own way. They grasp their smallness, their utter irrelevance, trait most humans, alas, never acquire. I shall retire for the night. While I rest, see that the house is searched once more. At least something of consequence has escaped our notice. But of course, at sunrise, I shall have your breakfast set out. Shall Madame prefer her eggs poached or scrambled? Poached, scrambled, riven, poached. Poached, thank you. Shall I? In your room, your thoughts return once more to the case. A family brutally slain, dead night, their killers yet untraced. Strangely, it is the child who remains haunting the halls rather than the parents, as is so often the custom in such wretched murders. Every subsequent occupant has fled, every housekeeper driven from the promise, and yet Mr. Carver remains. He has observed naught of the house's particular inclinations. You suppose Mr. Carver lives. It takes little sense that all the others were driven off, yet he alone remains untouched. Well, he lies of something. He has gone out of his way to avoid speaking of the house. Landowner things? That's some dedication. We should be careful. Hope he is not the murderer. No, he is not the murderer. To escape a poltergeist only to fall into the hands of the man who made it. As much as it pains me to admit it, you do have that sort of luck, Lamb. Opening your luggage, remove your belongings, setting some carefully within the wardrobe. For the next few days, the modest room shall serve your lodging, haunted or no. You are in dire need of rest, having endured the long journey. Though the railways and carriages offered a measurable comfort, the outskirts of Morvain lay far behind. You are compelled to traverse a considerable distance on foot, burdened by your heavy possessions before reaching the nearest towns. As you slipped out of your clothes and into your nightgown, riveted in its accustomed manner, lends a hand. Heaven knows, getting in and out those garments, another pair of hands is no small blessing. Lately, her gesture has crept into your thoughts. Should an unmarried woman allow a ghostly figure to assist her thus? The circumstances are undeniably peculiar. He has in many ways guided and raised you, yet now, tempered by the expectation of polite society, you wonder whether such rules extend even to a man who exists not in flesh but as a spirit. Truth be told, neither of you had ever felt truly defined his existence. Call him him, for that is the semblance he assumes. Yet conversation on such matters have never risen, simply riven, and riven is, as always, just riven. He's like a brother to me. I am not sure. I don't know what he is to me. So I'm guessing this is for friendship. This is actually love. So let's just flirt. Should be told, you're unsure what he is to you. In the past, you have thought of him almost as a guardian, a friend who watched over you, remained steadfast when all else went to ruin. Growing up in that orphanage, he was your only companion indeed. One could say he even raised you to some extent. When you were sent to the clinic as a cleaning girl, because the orphanage had grown crowded with children left unadopted, he help you keep your sanity when your human abilities begin to manifest. When the departed first made themselves known, he mocked them for you, lightening the fear that might have otherwise consumed you. Yet in the past few years, you have felt strange unease when changing clothes in his presence. To treat him as a brother, as a friend, feels wrong. Surely he is unlike any other gentleman, a spirit tethered inexplainably to you, and yet you cannot deny that your feelings are shifted. Different as they once were, naming and acknowledging it would take courage you do not possess. Do not yet possess.
So you admit even to yourself that you don't know what he is to you, and in the quietest corners of your heart, you fear the discovery. You don't have to help me with my clothes any longer, Riven. Let me less that consume you hours on end. Surely must find it strange, a man helping an unmarried woman. Oh, I am a man now. Are you a woman? I was a cat last week, a crow just the other day. Now you are a man. Well, I could be a cat again, but I suspect I would prove far less useful with your clothes. Paws are a little lily when it comes to ties and knots of your corset. Raven. All done. Do you wish me gone? You know full well what I meant. In truth, I do not, and that is unfamiliar and most disagreeable. But it is late, and you seem weary. My alignment can wait. Sleep now. Call my name if needed. As you know, I cannot truly be far unless you so desire. And with that, your ghostly companion takes his leave, leaving you alone with your thoughts. Thankfully, exhaustion dulls them, and your mind clings solely to the soft embrace of sheets and pillows. You're keenly aware that your little poltergeist may well play his tricks tonight. Yet you cling to a small hope that perhaps your earlier conversation has made him understand your presence, yours to aid, and not to claim a home he cannot, or will not truly abandon. Getting beneath the covers for the first time in days, you feel your bones unfasten their ache. It takes but a moment for drowsiness to claim you. Though your thoughts still wandered restlessly, the borough promises no small labor. The newspaper agency and the coroner's office lie opposing into the city, and you must choose your course with care. Yet for now, such reckonings may wait. Best to surrender them to the dark and allow your weary eyes their due reprieve. I do believe that's the end of chapter 1, right? No save. So maybe not? I'm so confused. You rouse in the dead night by a faint clatter of marble upon wood. Felt like drums in your skull as though the very timbers of the house leaned inward to crush you. Breath escapes in a pale mist, the cold thickening about you like a shroud. The signs are unmistakable. A chill certainly steals over you. You are not alone. Half blind, your hand stretches towards the candle at your bedside, using some glimmer to pierce the gloom and reveal whether your poltergeist has please elected to make himself known. Yet so far he has been unusually shy. It seems far more likely that he observes you from some distance, in the shadows where only he may dwell. If he's a kid, he's not going to be very tall, right? Hello. Hello, Alfie. I'm Evelyn. I'm here for you, Alfie. Tell me what troubles you, whatever it is. You need not fear me. Fucking yeah. Ah, I suppose not. I am terrified as fuck right now. It is not a joke. That just scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god, why? Why? Rest of the candle grip close. What? Woman! What? Like, did the part another sudden just lets it chill. It never fails to soothe you. Hands are damp, your heart a hammer against the ribs, each breath drawn thin and shallow. Their condition offers no comfort, too. Dead where their end upon them, and silicon torn flesh, black faces and eyes still fixed in the moment of their undoing. When violence has claimed them, the sight is worse still. Their ruin clinging to them as if no grave could put it to rest. With a low sigh, familiarity has taught you to bear it, never to welcome it. Did she went out to the hallway? You lady! I need a moment. Thank God. This is what you don't do in a horror game. You stay in bed, turn around, and go back to sleep. God damn it. Beanie's dying. Oh my god. Jill brushes your toes, glancing down and find this purple sphere resting nearly by your foot. Elfie's wordless summons to play. Small talks failing your lip, however, knowing their methods, the part may prove mischievous in their own fashion. They devise strange language of their own. Poltergeists are volatile, quick to spite and harm. Others may seem almost endearing. In a fashion, though, sometimes sends a shiver straight through the marrow, is all the same. You can see the fucking face! You can see his fucking face! You can see his fucking face! I don't want to be here anymore. This game is... I don't like this game. Or the rest of your marbles, Alfie. As you wish, I will tread after you. What? Lady! You don't fall after a ghost! As you wish, I will tread after you. Why the Give me a moment. Let me search beneath your bed. Of course you do. Here beneath the bed, the act unnerving though necessary, yet there is nothing. Your old what you had heard seemed to have no source. Perhaps within the room, Bill lies thin. Objects once present may linger as residue, much like the departed themselves. Could be Alfie's message. Perhaps he wishes you to seek out a certain box. Some other remnant he has left behind to uncover what he cannot speak. I swear to God, if his face pops up in mine. Return to the hallway, you find Mr. Harper regarding you with evident puzzlement. His son kept his garments thrown on in haste, and the candle in his hand travels faintly as eyes search the dim corridor. Seems your commotion with Alfie has roused him from uneasy rest. Beg your pardon, Mr. Carver, have I disturbed your rest? No, it is nothing. I merely thought I heard someone walk by my room when I looked. However, there was no one. Well, I'm glad it was you, Miss Vale, and not some phantoms came creepy about. Probably was. Alfie. He was with me. It probably was. Lucky. Truly, it would appear you are somewhat spared the company of spirits. Say, Miss Carver, did you chance upon a little wooden box anywhere? Not that I know of. Has it disappeared from your room? No, not mine. It may belong to Alfie. I think it could prove significant to our inquirers. Pray let me know should it appear. Ah, very well then. I should keep a watchful eye, of course. Notice from the way Mr. Carver avoids meeting Grace that you are clad in your nightgown. A most uncommon sight for a woman to walk about thus. Especially alone in a house of gentlemen unknown, having spent your life with Raven and dealing with the departed, such circumstances are highly new to you. More than once you have wondered whether it might be wise to sleep in proper attire. Simply for practicality, yet one can never be certain when a restless spirit might intrude. Forgive my state, Mr. Carver. I was compelled to follow the sounds. You understand. Of course, Miss Phil, I ought to be the one to apologize. I will return to my room and leave you to your investigations. Good night, Miss Phil. Good night, Mr. Carver. Really not, Evie. Such manners. Have I taught you nothing? I take it there's a reason you have not intervened with Alfie. Indeed, the child is harmless enough. He sought only the return of his marble, and with good reason. You, I dare say, have been both vixen and thief this way. Then the child is not a poltergeist, I take it. Well, he is haunting the house, of that there is no doubt, but harmless, truly watching, lurking, making trifling noises. Yet the presence very perceived and could scarcely be his. Rest now, we can speak further in the coming day. I'll keep watch over the room, so do try close your eyes. Tomorrow demands your sharpness. So it's not the kid. I don't have to deal with the kid. It's because I took the marble. That's the only reason why he came at me. Raven is right. Though your mind longs only to unravel this case, little Alfie, for the poor family so cruelly taken, you not hope to do so without your wits. They would have come without rest. You move to your bed once more, trusting that Raven will keep watch against whatever may dare disturb you this night. At last, when your eyes close, you allow your body to ease, surrendering to sleep. To the horse of this evening and the weariness of travel from days gone by, this rest feels like a true blessing granted just when you need it most. I don't know if I liked that whole moving about. I like that sleeping though. Because that terrified me. Morning comes with a pale hush upon the house. Mr. Carver bids you a swift goodbye before settling off to his office, leaving you to the quiet now you sit in the parlor. Partaking of apples and a thin porridge, drawn from what little remains in the kitchen. One box, you say? Or a drawer of sorts, perhaps as jest, yet it is worth our attention. All the same, what come of your search last night? Hardly anything of note. The child's room alone seems to breathe the house's malice. Suspect it's where the killings occurred. Yet he shows no trace of lingering anger. Curious in every regard. Once that time, you never know, another being, maybe today. One step at a time. It is only our first day, though this case seems far from simple. Shall take it one step at a time. In any case, we should have it figured out quickly. These so dark circles beneath your eyes grow more pronounced. You have not managed much sleep, have you? The nights never grow dull, that is certain. Stare out the window toward the street, though you have visited Blackboard once before, never for any length of time. It is likely you will lose your way should you wander without purpose. Precision and decisiveness are required, at least until you gain a firmer grasp of the city. Now your choice is clear. Your first destination must be either the newspaper agency or the coroner's office. The newspaper offers a straightforward approach. An eager reporter will likely be willing to speak of the day's events, rarely sharing what he knows. The coroner, by contrast, will present more of a challenge. Yes, you should succeed in drawing him into conversation. The information you provide will serve as a more direct avenue of investigation. The locations lie at opposite ends of the city. You'll have to choose carefully, but it seems unlikely you had time to visit both today. Which shall it be in your review, the newspaper office or the coroner's? Take your pick. I find them both equally insufferable. Very well, let us be off then and pray the day yields some results. Oh, okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. My mom told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it.
I don't. Here's the thing I have issues about going to a coroner's office. I don't like that. So, that enemy Mayo thing can suck a dick. I'm going to the bulletin board. It can suck a dick.
I will gladly just go and talk. As you step into the Blackford Bulletin, an office tucked away on the fourth floor of a narrow city building on the western side of the city, you're immediately struck by the acid tang of tobacco and the sharp, dusty scent of paper. The sound of hurried writing and heated discussion or near argument fill the room. The air is thick, busy, and loud, quintessentially Blackford as it most lively. No, Wentworth, this won't do. You buried the lead halfway down the page. So if I print that as the headline, the magistrate will have my head. Corner eye, you catch sight of a man who must be in charge. Storms by the office like a restless crow, snatching pages from desks and barely glancing at them for tossing them back. Writers don't so much as look up. Heads very pen scratching firstly. Tomorrow's edition is all they can think of. Perpetually irritated, as though the every word, every put into the paper were somehow personal affront. Still, if anyone more here knows of the killing it, 17 Ashbourne Lane, it would be him. Cowards. I need answers? Hello. Mm,
I don't know how long this is.
I just realized that. I need answers. Sir, I have a question that demands answering. No, sir, I'm not here for. Ashbourne Lane, sir. I wish to speak regarding the murder there. A year past. York Earl. Name rings no bell. Who covered that one? I did, sir. Right, Maggie, hell on this. Then fetch me some coffee, quick now. We'll turn with that one. The Ashbourne case, I remember. The Milburns, wicked business, though through and through. If you don't mind me asking, miss, what's it all about? You got ties to the family? I'm Sylvie. No, but I know them. Employed. I say at the house. I'm just helping. Oh no, I assisted Mr. Carver, the proprietor, in his affairs. Perhaps whoever may next take the house. The house agents. Can't shake it, you know. I dream of that place still. Something weren't right about it. Though a lot wiped out that night. Supposedly robbery go on, but not about it, sits right. Here. She points with her head, guiding you to a small desk tucked away near the kitchenette. Apart from the other writers so far in the room, it's a little isolated, giving her space to work. Begins rifling through stacks of papers and small drawers of her desk. After a few months, she proceeds some sheets, early drafts of the articles she had written.
She's very pretty.
Have a look at this. Travels through the stack, then pulls free a small sheet. A rough sketch of the crime scene passes it to you. The family's bodies lie side by side, showing titious care, a seemingly ordinary working-class household and a poor child, far too young to have been subjected to such a heinous crime. You mentioned the case was particular. Pray in what way? What made it so unusual? See my share of break-ins, miss? Plenty gone wrong, but this, something fell off about it. Door locked up proper, furniture all neat. Who in the right mind robs a house and don't touch a thing? So nothing was taken from the house? Bed or the house wallet? Aye, and a few necklaces besides all gone. But it were strange, like the thief had no mind for the loot, only for the killing. Should police would have taken note. They investigated thoroughly, did they not? See, that's what's maddening. No one saw a bloody thing. Neighbors, no one. Family had no kin about. No suspects, nothing. Heard the head of the house was a lawyer. Could this have been the work of someone he once sent to prison? You'd think I, but he weren't your everyday lawyer. Proctor for the Ordnance Church. See, no hand in criminal matters, mostly just family spats and such. Right proper family, miss. Just ordinary folk, good at the work, decent as any you'd meet. Ordinary folk, lamb, do not leave poltergeists in their wake when they meet a violent end. There is a secret here, and I dare say it's not a pleasant one. Maybe a long shot, but could you happen to have the coroner's report, Miss Maggie? Just Mag. Gildo, miss. Evelyn Vale. I do probably should not introduce myself sooner. Oh, not at all, Miss Vale. Don't worry about it. That coroner, though, damn stingy, stone stomach, and stubborn as mules are. Honest, I tried everything. Bribes, pleading, sweet talk, you name it. Not got me a thing. Caught a tragedy, done it in a day, flat. Sent the bodies off to the church for service. Might there be a scandal he is thinking to conceal? For anyone else, I'd say aye, probably, but the coroner, he doesn't take bribes. Not a one. Secret as he is, but in his own work, he's thorough. Finds what he needs finding, low or highborn, quietly. Fortunate, really, because the papers go mad for loud. Wanted after it, honestly, but there was no leads, so I had to wrap it up. Still sticks with me, that case. You mentioned that the Ordnance Church conducted their service? I, being a proctor, Finnick ran the service himself. Small affair, but people liked him there, so perhaps a visit to a church would be in order then. It is not far. So you think look in the case, Miss Vale? Just for clarity. Might as well, nobody else is doing it, indeed. Just for clarity. Hardly an investigation, to say, Miss Maggie. I merely wish to gain a clearer understanding of the events. Let me talk on then, Miss Vale. I figure we could easily see each other on this. Are you quite certain? The matter may come to nothing, and I should not like to keep you from your own duties. It were my story. I'll see someone dead before I let another lay hands on it. Should anything come of this, then by all means, I'm grateful for your help, Miss Maggie. Ah, splendid. We got ourselves a stray reporter, haven't we? Maggie, coffee, if you please. Today, not tomorrow. Go over yourself, Mr. Paul. Let me get gone before I wring his neck. Did she just say? Did she just threaten to strangle her boss? Brief carriage ride just beyond the skirts of the city, you arrived at the Ordnance Church of Blackford. Though most churches have been waning in influence of the restless advice of science, an expected grander sight, churches in larger cities often shine the modest villages you are accustomed to. Yet there, building is sizable enough and yet utterly stripped of splendor or ornamentation. So to claim plainly that belief confers neither gold nor glory. Strange indeed, considering how they have long pressed the populace with warning of demons and witches, oftentimes declare war upon one group or another with alarming regularity. So quiet. Where are all the believers? No wonder they were poor. Right place? So quiet. Heard the cry for a church in the city. St. Brethren's in the center, big and grand, sure enough, but the Milborns went to this one. You remember this church then, Miss Maggie? Nah, not for me. I haven't set foot in a church for years, and I don't mean to start now, except for business. What about you, Miss Vale? You a believer then? Oh, this is rich. Do you, Lamb? Do you believe in the Radiant One? Unbeliever, I don't believe. I don't know. Cannot tell, Miss Maggie, to think our souls so vital that they just be judged or cherished by someone higher in. Seems vain. If a God there is, I imagine their designs are quite their own. Deep conversation, you scarcely notice the approaching figure. Sire marks him unmistakable as priest of the church. Maggie sevens slightly, her gaze sharp but controlled. She's cautious though not openly hostile, ribbon on their hand glints with mischief, face while tugging at his lips. Never fond of teasing nuns at the orphanage, she seemed ready to do the same to this very priest who crosses his path. His very presence feels like a quiet challenge to their soul lemonade, and he clearly relishes it. Good day to you, ladies. The Lord's blessing attend you both. So quiet, the weather disagrees unlike. You too. And to you, Father. This brings you to the church today. We hope to speak with Ornette Benwick. I trust he is available. If you're in luck, he indeed is inside. From that he has visitors. Please follow me this way. I wonder how long this game is. The chapter is. Tyler Church is ordinary as it comes. Most of the small town churches across Moraine look much the same, though scarcely cozy. They give a quiet sort of peace. Perhaps it is because spirits seldom linger in churches. The vengeful and restless remain tied to the spots where they died, leaving these scared walls largely undisturbed. Do wait here a moment. I'll let Ornette Finnick know you wish to speak to him. The priest leaves you and Mikey alone, retreating toward the back rooms. Rim begins to pace, eyes scanning the dim interior for anything, though trifling, that might lend amusement to his otherwise tedious excursion. Maggie, in contrast, fixes her gaze elsewhere, cool and indifferent, as though avoiding the church entirely is her quiet condemnation of it. Have you met Ornette Fenwick before, Miss Maggie? Once. I joined the Milbourne service. You suppose he shall mind a few questions from us? Probably not, but you know, priest, half the city circus comes below in here. They'll want to keep a hold of what they hear. It's quite a pleasure to make your acquaintance again. Ornette Fenwick, venturing kindly, I hope? Indeed, by the Lord's grace, I was told you wished to have a word with me. Aye, sir, it's about the Milbournes. Terrible thing, indeed, most terrible. Most horrible. Father Fenwick, my name is Evelyn Vale. I was engaged by the landowner and the property where the event occurred. May I trouble you with a few questions? Certainly, Miss Vale, though I fear I have little knowledge of the event in question. But you were acquainted with the family, were you not? That is correct, indeed. Milbournes were proud and cherished members of this church. I understand Mr. Milbourne held the position of proctor in this church. Were there ever any disputes between him and a client, to your knowledge? Certainly not. Robert, Mr. Milbourne, served mostly gratis. His clients held him in high regard. I've never heard of any quarrel. Thank you for the hydrate. And Miss Milbourne? She was a devout and upright woman. Devoted wife and mother. Cannot conceive of her engaging in a quarrel. Oh, little Alfie. He was but a child. As children are innocent and gentle of the heart, can't think of anyone desiring to hurt him, much less commit such violence. Though Ernest Fenwick answers with all the sort he can muster, there is a fleeting hesitation when you ask about Alfie. But Paul so slight it might be missed by ordinary observer, yet enough to make both you and Roden raise a brow in unison. Your intuition, ever keen, flares insistently. Something is amiss concerning Alfie. Fenwick knows more than he is willing to reveal. Has Alfie been attending the sunward study? Yes, together with several other promising children. Though he never had any quarrels with his peers, of course. As I said, he was a kind and gentle child. Do tell me you're seeing this. What of his instructors? How did he get along with them? He was, as I said, well-behaved child. None could find fault with him. Miss Quinn, may I understand that you have chosen to continue your investigation? Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Just give Miss Vale a hand with the property. I see. Well, I'd like to be more helpful, but I fear I know no less than you do. Now, thou shalt not bear false witness, father. In that case, father, may we speak with his instructors? Perhaps one of them noticed something unusual, something that could help us answer a few questions? Bill, if you'll pardon my asking, what is this really about? What landowner's concern could there be in prying into such heinous crime and committed years past at that? Oh, he's caught the scent. Forgive me, murder houses don't sell. I cannot disclose. Ask him. When can I expect land to exchange hands smoothly when it stands upon an unsolved murder? I fear I have no further answers for you, Miss Vale. The loss is grievous to us all, and the Milbournes are much beloved in the There you raw here. I cannot believe I was born in this community. We are instructed to remain a place of peace. Of course, father. My thanks for your assistance. I fear we have taken much of your time with my questions. Not trip yourself, child. May the Milbournes rest forever in the care of our radiant lord. As our nephew steps away, he exchanges knowing look. Outwardly, he appears a picture of innocence, his voice measured, his manner calm, but the instance with which he speaks of the church peace rings hollow. Short seems designed to warn. Stop your digging, leave the dead undisturbed. Pray not for answers, let us be. Yet you cannot abide such counsel, not for Alfie at least. Every instinct in you rebels at leaving questions unanswered. Every sense screams that something is being hidden. Well, it seems we are not to glean any further answers. We heard that. When the case was still open, he told you everything. Now, not a word more. Could something have shifted, I wonder? Perhaps a new development in the case. Don't think so. I know if anyone reopened it. I've been following the police proper, like a hound. But where it is, I'll find out. If the church had anything to do with the murders, one way or another, it'll be all over the city. Gotta be the one to write it. It's my story. Am I imagining, or did that sound a touch personal? You must not think much of the church, Miss Maggie. I'm not much keen on places where men lord it over women. I get enough of that at work. Thank you very much. Not about to waste my Sunday sin through it as well. The theater desk of the agency sits nearest the little kitchenette. Their presence there was meant to serve convenience more than skill. Invited to fetch tea, pour coffee, and play attendant to the men, all bearing the same title they do. Even the chief editor, for all her years of reporting, speaks to her as though she were some errand girl. It is plain this is the shape of labor Miss Maggie must endure. Not that you yourself have been spared the like. Only you long ago resigned to solitude, path apart from the world, whereas Miss Maggie strains still against its boundaries, fighting, it seems, not merely to belong, but to stand within it as an equal. You're right, free labor. Where's the protection? We are at a loss. You're quite right. The church often speaks of safeguarding women, though it serves merely as veils for subjugation. I had no place for us under the radiant one, unless we shrink ourselves down. And perhaps you might consider plotting against the church beyond its immediate reach. Hmm. Shall we, Miss Maggie? I fear we will learn nothing further by staying. Hey, let's be off. See you away from the church. You catch sight of the priest from earlier and fervent exchange from a woman, her eyes brimming with tears. You no reply, keeping your gaze averted. Both you and Miss Maggie cannot help but prick your ears as you pass. Try and catch any hint of what might have stirred such emotion. Depart at once and stir no more mischief. Falsehoods are sins, suppressing all others in this holy place. First, you catch little more than figments before passing them. Murmurs of pleading and sharp anger dissolving into the air. Miss Maggie exchange glance. She merely shrugs as the church fades behind you. Perhaps a matter for another day, another reckoning yet to come. Spend the rest of your day acquainting yourself with the city and searching for possible lodgings. You really had come all the way from the northern coast of Morvain, seaside town far removed from the finery of Blackford. Now faced with shops spreading with clothing and accessories, theaters, clubs, and galleries, you find it all touch overwhelming, and yet you feel homesick, excited, tired, nothing. Tired. Tired. The noise, ceaseless activity, the sheer press of people, certainly unfamiliar with city life plays its parts. Yet surely anyone who can thrive amidst such chaos cannot be in their right mind. The constant clatter of hooves on cobblestone, the loud exchanges, the quarrels erupting on nearly every corner, it all grates upon you. More often than not, the city leaves you with a pounding headache. I take it Mr. Carver has not yet returned. Try not to look so disappointed. Return soon enough. I'm not in the least disappointed. I fail to see what you mean. I. Huh. What? Shh. Here's something I literally just set down. Don't shush me. Okay. Do we have anything other notes? It does. Ooh. That's awesome. Siren moves towards you and closes your eyes with his hands, urging you to speak. You know instantly what he means. Focus, hear, see with your other eye, opening your mind to the gates of the other world. While most of your channeling occurs only in sleep or exhaustion, there are moments, rare fleeting, when, concentrate hard enough, you find yourself once more on the verge of the veil. Your senses attuned to more than the ordinary world permits. The moment barely passes and you hear it, the thumping in your head, the pressure building from your temples, seeing entering into any sense that is ever slightly ajar, slightly open to more than your mortal body can hear, sounds whispered at the edge of your perception you hear. Is that? He is running from something or someone. Look around the house. I'll be in his room with the board. Right. Should the other one finally make appearance, call for me at once. There's something ill in the air. I'm not entirely defenseless, you know. Maybe I'll call for you. Good. Quickly ascend the stairs and retrieve your board from your luggage, then enter Alfie's room. At first glance, it appears as ordinary as any other room. The throbbing in your temples betrays the veil's subtle trick. Time warps strangely where dwellers linger. Their memories, their lingering motions, just reality in ways that most can never perceive. But you see it laid bare, terrifying and clear. The room feels wrong. So the ceiling were liquid and you are walking on air. I'm here to help, okay? Set the talking board upon the floor and take a seat. I brought it years ago from Medium's parlor south of Morvain. Parlor that proved little more than a theoretical scam naturally, yet the board itself is unexpectedly serviceable, must entreat beings not of this world. It is, of course, prone to mischief. Minor demons and puckish things delight in leading the well-meaning astray. And it has ruined more earnest seances than you care to recall. Still, with Alfie possibly in the room, this will have to do for a moment, as it is good as it gets. Oh! Save. It just showed the no save thing. Alfie, can you hear me? Well, that's a good start. Real alone, why are you running? Can I help? Tell me how to help you. No. Alright. Why do they want to hurt you? Why do they want to hurt you, Alfie? Why are they chasing you? Secret? Yours or theirs, I wonder. Does it see me? It's gonna stay behind me, ain't it? It is! It's gonna stay fucking behind! I'm taking off my headphones. Oh my god. I can't. Oh god, every hair upon your nape bristles at once behind you. A ragged breath. I have my headphones off. Break the sunscreen, holding as if drawn from a throat bound by rope. Beneath that breath comes another sound, the thin creak of hemp, the soft rasp of fiber sliding over wood. Distant sorrowful scream.
Lizard.
Sorrowful scrape, like leather against timber. The walls seem to close in metal stone, but suffocation.
Lizard.
Beneath their weight of suffering, of guilt, of seething rage, your hands tremble uncontrollably. The air grows bitter with cold. Each breath you draw spills forth as a faint cloud of mist. Wherever horror has driven Alfie into terror is no longer content to linger in shadow. Finds its noose around you now. Oh my god! I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to click it. I don't. I take it back. Can I take back this playing this game now? I don't want to see it. Billowing behind you, the dweller, the wellspring of every malignancy steeped into these walls. Wave its presence seeps through marrow and breath, whispering of violence rarely restrained. But you know with a single glance might unravel half the shroud that binds this house mystery. You also know the risk, that if it senses your awareness, it may strike, swift and merciless. Your breath quivers, you long to run, turn to glimpse it for yourself, yet instead you haul for Riven, forcing steadiness into your voice. Better his eyes pierce the veil than yours. Better his sight than your undoing. Riven, it's here. 10 seconds of calling his name, Riven's presence rolls through the room like a low growl. You close your eyes, forcing stillness into your trembling frame. Your heart still batters against your ribs, but beads in your clutch. Fists Your jaw aches from the grind of fear. The assault never came, but you felt how close it was. How nearly those unseen hands claimed you. This haunting is no common specter's trick. Whatever dwells within these walls is not content to whisper or startle. It kills, and all the quicker when it senses a soul attuned to its shadow. Open your eyes, Liam. You're safe. They're both gone, it seems. Are you hurt? No, and I fear we've gained little insight into the nature of this haunting. Nonsense, at least now we know for certain someone is pursuing the child. Caught sight of anything, even the smallest hint? Just a one, the sun. The sun. The bombing on the Ornis church. I suspect we have a priestly shade on our hands. A priest. This is going to be a fun one. There was something amiss with the church from the beginning. To return there at first like that. For what reason? To ask politely if they're guilty? If the church has its hands in this, they'll not confess to it over tea. Don't underestimate tea. What then? I know. No, but I fear this is little else to pursue. Now, Gina Sog, I cannot abide teasing you when you're in such a state. From somewhere below, the sharp sound of the front door closing reaches ears, like Mr. Carver returning from the office. Your thoughts are to what he might know the Ornis Church, whether any different connection binds it to the Melbourne family, particularly to young Elfie. While Mr. Milburn is formally acknowledged as the proctor of the Blackwood Church, you can't help but suspect that far more remains concealed beneath the surface. At least the man at the hour. Oh, I'm so happy. Are you jealous? Very funny. Come now, what is it you so dislike about poor Mr. Carver? Poor Mr. Carver, is it? What are the chances he might give us a clue about our dweller? Well, he knows more than he's letting on, certainly. Exactly how, I couldn't tell you. Fingers crossed. So keep watching over Alfie in the meantime, will you? Do my best, though. Your dwellers have a curious habit of avoiding me. Had you been less insufferable, perhaps? In that case, my lamb, you might consider tempering your delightfulness. You leave Riv inside and descend the stairs to the parlor. As you step inside, you see Mr. Carver tending the fireplace. Stacked firewood with careful hands. His coat hangs on the rack near the door. Still damp from the evening rain. When he notices you, a gentle smile across his face. Greenness shadowing his eyes betrays the day's toll. Miss Vale, good evening. I do hope the day treated you kindly. Too long. At least I'm home. It's fine. Too long. Touch too long, perhaps. It's been rather busy. See what touch disheartened by the day, Mr. Carver. May I ask if work provide troublesome? Indeed, I have dealings with acquaintances whose company I would scarcely call pleasant. All part of work, of course. I ought not to complain. Still somewhat weary, he sighs and makes his way toward the cabinet, stocked with bottles of what appears to be various spirits. He would not have noticed it, nor likely given it a thought. He had not seen Mr. Carver approaching. He glass door and pauses for a moment, contemplating before turning his gaze back to you. Do you drink, Miss Vale, or is it not to your taste? To be fair, drinking has always been a double-edged sword for you. While a few sips of glass causes no trouble, fully indulging tends to heighten your senses, and with that, your encounters with spirits. There have been occasions when you have used drink as means to communicate with dwellers, yet more often than not, you avoid it whenever possible. That said, you're clearly being offered a drink, and it presents an opportunity to learn more about Mr. Carver himself. Experience under the gentle influence of alcohol, he may reveal more than he ordinarily would, perhaps finding the insight you need to unravel the haunting of this house, whatever secrets he is trying to conceal. Yes, I do. On occasion. Shall we say a glass of brandy, then? So you approach the couch and take a seat. Mr. Carver takes 2 glasses from the bottom shelf and pours brandy with ease, betraying the many nights he has spent drinking alone in the house. Makes you puzzled, however, as to how he remained unharmed for so long, especially now that you know one of the spirits is decidedly hostile. You encounter such cases before, though rarely. Usually the reason is simple. Spirits either knew the person in life, or the person was a member of the household, while the ghosts were alive. Spirits, by their nature, are territorial. They cling to familiarity and push all others away. Well, Blackbeard is a city of equal sorrow and delight, but it does know how to make it. It's brandy. Sure enough, as you sip from the glass, the brandy greets you with warmth, rich and smooth. Subtle sweetness lingers beneath the sharp, smoky bite. A gentle burn travels down your throat. spreading more through your chest and loosening his missing shoulder. God knows he means after today you've had, especially following your encounter with the poltergeist. Except the case seemed to make the road darker and more treacherous. You have faced such situations before, ones where the danger announced itself long before it appeared. The tension alone made you enjoy the outcome twice over. Miss Vale, see you to have enjoyed the training. Suppose spirits are at it again. You really don't believe me, do you? I apologize. It was not my intention to mock you. You see, I have to say, I wish it was so that some life awaited me beyond this one. It was comforting notion. Turning to Mr. Carver, only to find his icy blue eyes stretching somewhere far beyond the room. The question is unfamiliar, so sharp, so cold that you almost doubt the man for you, someone you know. Their viciousness in the way he stares into the distance runs down your spine. It isn't life. It already is. It's not comforting. There's still in this life. It isn't life. It is not a little to be envied, Mr. Carver. It isn't life at all. To linger between worlds, forever returning to the same pain you sought to escape. Surely it would be a delight to see one dear to you again, even for a moment. Not that the cause of their torment. They suffer still, even in this place. For a better man, I might spare them such torment, yet I fear I would clutch at their shadows, whatever the cause. Then you see in his eyes, clear as day, grief. Yourself have never tasted it. Born orphan, there was no one to lose. For him beside you, there was little need for friends, and so you have lived somewhat alone all your life. Yet as a medium, you have met grief countless times and others, live and dead alike, each bearing it in their own fashion. The distress that life carves into its victims, the hardness it leaves behind, the guilt of surviving, and the pain, unyielding, everlasting. My condolences. May you be haunted by your favorites. You want to pay the price. You've lost someone. My condolences. My condolences, Mr. Carver. Forgive me. I did not mean to stir painful memories. Think not that where grief abides, so too does reverence. With it, a measure of comfort. But enough of my gloom, Miss Vale. Pray, how does your investigation? Has it yielded anything of worth? Only some, though I confess I hoped you might shed further light, should you be willing. I happen to know that Mr. Milburn served as proctor for the Ordnance Church. I did, yes. They're the ones who held the service for the family, if memory serves. You know the family ever held disputes with them? Disputes? I sure hope not. Do you suppose the church could be involved in these crimes? Not the church itself, perhaps, though I do believe the priest haunts this place. A priest. Indeed, and I suspect it is linked to the boy. Seems intent upon Elfie. For Herbie, he glimpsed a spark of rage in Mr. Carver's eyes, sullen and sharp. By all appearances, he should care little for the family. But that glance says otherwise. Perhaps Riven was right. He knows more than he admits. Those defenses are ironclad, impervious to direct inquiry. Curious to my knowledge, only 3 bodies were discovered within the house. Suggesting the boy is haunted by a previous spirit? Anything could be so. Do you happen to know who discovered the bodies? Indeed, it was the housemaid, a Miss Langley. Curiously, we were unable to locate her afterwards. It seems she took up residence in New Albion shortly after the affair. New Albion, across the waters. That is quite a journey for one to take. It is, indeed it is. At the time, I assumed she was unsettled by the event, but why travel across the ocean? Perhaps I should see if any family of hers remains in these parts. As the same money, though, it seems she was an orphan girl residing with the church at the time. In fact, Mr. Milburn took her in as a kindness to the poor thing. Lost her family to cholera. The church, yet again. Surely did not wipe out the entire family. Why would they do such a thing? They are involved in some way. Many reasons. Evil is everywhere. I don't know. As of now, I cannot say, but I shall see it uncovered. That I'm sure you will. The more you unravels, the more questions are left behind. Come now, Miss Vale. Is it ever the darkest before the dawn breaks? Most apologize. I'm not accustomed to such delays in my work. Yet 2 spirits, one pursuing the other. It is a troublesome affair. Without offering comfort, I'm utterly without compass where spirits are concerned. 2 of us, you hold the steady your hand, the such ghostly business. I think most men would quake at the mention of ghosts, and make it sound as though we discussed the weather. Well, perhaps I am more frightened by the prospect that I shall never be able to sell this house. You have my word. Mr. Carver, I shall see this house freed of its unwelcome guest. You have all the time you need, Miss Vale. I dare say your presence here has become quite delightful. Well, there's one of you. Even when I wake you up, let's not get used to it. Well, there's one of you. So far, the pleasure of rivaling 2 ghosts turns me that at least one being in this house appreciates my company. Practically, I cannot take the opinions of the departed too seriously. They're rather failed in staying alive. Mr. Carver, respectfully. On that note, have you managed to perchance speak with the housekeeper? My oversight. I can give you her address if you care to call upon her tomorrow. So it's close at hand. Agnes Hawthorne. Much obliged, Miss Carver. I shall pay her a call first thing tomorrow, then. I have little to lead with at present. I expect something amiss with the church, yet, for all proper cause, I cannot justify another visit. Truly, in our case, I shall keep my ears open, see if I can glean anything that may guide you towards the church, Miss Vale. Now remain ever at your service. Many thanks, Mr. Carver. Then I shall bid you good night here. Excuse me, I trust my night won't hold any more expected errands. Thus I am fed to hear nothing further. Good night, Miss Val, and may sleep brave you. To leave him behind, your thoughts linger on the sudden coldness that passed over his face when he spoke of death and the afterlife. Though Mr. Carver carries a light-hearted air regarding such matters, it seems he may have lost someone quite recently. He hides his grief as best he can, yet you have observed too many souls in mourning to overlook such subtleties. Upon entering your room, you find Reverend curled upon your bed. Though he requires you to sleep, he finds some way to stretch out and lace about, regardless of his form. Much of his daily routine, and by extension yours, seem to vex him endlessly. Alas, he has no say in it. When you step inside, he doesn't so much glance your way, let alone stir. Tired, scooch over. Get off my bed. Any news? Scoot over. Make me a little room, won't you? Did your new friend proven useful or merely ornamental? Managed to uncover a few details, but they raise more questions than answers. Church is involved, but to what end I cannot determine. Speak with the housekeeper tomorrow and see what she might reveal about her experiences. Perhaps she can offer some insight into her mysterious priest. Maybe we're checking if the church is short a priest or two as well. That is, if he met his end recently. I suppose a visit to the paper would be in order once more. Seeing you move towards the wardrobe to regown, Ribbon is instantly at your side, assisting. String by string, lace by lace, you both work in near silence to remove your day's attire. This is your usual routine before sleep, the quiet punctuated only faint rustle of fabric, occasional sigh. It is a small, mundane ritual, but a shared familiarity. Yet today it's different. Your growing discomfort makes you fidget at the slightest pause. Though he is by to ghost, even the slightest touch of his fingers sends a shiver rippling from head to toe. Are you cold? Dude. A little. Cold fingers. No, I'm okay. A little. Truth is, your chest feels signs, a heaviness rests in your stomach that you cannot name, like a raising and falling wave with each ghostly brush of his fingertips. His hair grazes your bare back, your breath catches, it is different, pressing. Smiling, say at least, Riven is Riven, always Riven. But today, now as he helps you disrobe, he feels a little not Riven. Lamb? Should I take my leave? It is easy how he halts his movement just after loosening the last part of your outer dress, posing in question, yet never lifting his fingertips from your skin. Said they trace a line, subtle teasing. He knows precisely what he is doing, as he always does. Like a cat toying with its prey, he prods, coaxing you to speak your truth, to reveal what troubles you. Yet you're not entirely certain what it is that truly vexes you. Something does surely, if only your mind would allow you to put a name to it. Yes, thank you. I can manage the rest myself. Sully's palms travel to either side of your wrist, fingertips ghosting over the thin fabric of your nightgown, so over your bare skin. His spectral breath brushes against your neck, raising every hair in its wake. With tormenting leisure, he smooths the gown's folds, tracing every line beneath, each motion drawn out, as though savoring your reactions. Motherfucker! You told me the cause of your uneasy. I'm not Evie. Very well. Waiting for your paw, he sweeps you up with sudden force and casts you onto the bed, following to lay beside you. The two of you face one another, quiet of the house pressing in around you. The night heavy and still, neither of you speaks. Seconds stretch into minutes, yet silence feels sufficient. Unspoken language you've always shared has been with you through every stage, childhood, adulthood, every triumph and loss. If family were a word you dare to claim, it would be his name you spoke. And yet something has shifted. A pressure lingers in the air, or perhaps society's gaze, or perhaps with something deeper, unspoken, inescapable, whatever its nature. One true is plain and simple. Things cannot remain as they were. Privacy is what you wish. I'll yield. All you need to do is ask. You stretch your eyes as your mind turns inward. Do you truly wish for it? Privacy. There's time when you demand it, fiercely as though the very blood in your veins ran with youthful rage. Back then, you would consistently ask him to leave, and yet over time, understanding emerged. You never felt guilty for asserting your right to solitude. and he never made you feel otherwise. And yet, now, with his presence so near, you wonder if it's truly privacy you seek, or if the impulse to push him away stems from something far closer to your heart. Something that makes the distance between you feel both unbearable and necessary. Riven. Mm? Do you think a ghost is capable of falling in love? No. No. They are but remnants, lamb, residue of what they felt in life in death. To grow, to learn, to experience, that is the gift reserved for the living. Damn. Though Yuri knew the answer, your chest tightens at his words. Perhaps the lump in your throat is a hint at your own feelings, or the disappointment. Ghosts can experience new emotions. Where they felt is borrowed from the life they once had. It's always been so. While Raven's far more aware, far more capable than any spirit you have met, he is still not alive. But you are different from the others in you. Maybe. Do you wish to know if I'm capable of falling in love? Are you? Truthfully, I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with these feelings you speak of. Anger, sorrow, grief, I feel them. Perhaps only through you. And yet you care for me. Confess I'm protective of you, but my lamb, love, the way you understand it, I'm not certain I can feel that. Though you have seen him angered, jealous, sad, or worried, there is merit in his words. His aloofness, the odd angles of his reactions speak of being still learning to navigate life as humans do. Through interactions that feel foreign to him. Every gesture, every feeling carries a slight clumsiness. Some misstep as though he is trying to approximate what it means to be alive. You wonder, then, if he truly cannot fall in love, or if it is simply a form of feeling that exists only for him. Sleep, lamb, your eyelids are wagging about, they cannot hope to win. We stay with me tonight, just in case he returns, the priest. I'll remain every night you wish. There's nowhere else for me, nor any reason to want it. Close your eyes, you hear him shift nearer. His fingertips trace the outline of your hand, tentative, steady as they wander upward, brushing your arm, then downward again to your waist, drawing you gently beneath his chin. You yield without protest, resting your head upon his chest. No heartbeat. His hollowish breath rises and falls all the same. For a man unseen by any but you, it is strangely satisfying to sleep in his arms. It has always been so. A soothing presence, guiding hand, a watchful guardian. Your Riven. Okay, I was about to say, you cannot just stop there. Morning arrives at last, granting you a measure of rest long denied. For the first time in days, you rise unburdened by the weight that had pressed upon your shoulders. Dress without delay, take a light meal before setting out. To your relief, Mr. Carver had not forgotten you. A note awaits with directions to Miss Hawthorne's residence, your first destination of the day. Should time permit, you intend afterward to call upon the offices of the newspaper, and have such discovering whether any priests have gone missing of late. Dare say you look well rested, lamb. Thank you. Sleep is good. Keep it up. No ghost. Thank you. Feels as though I've been asleep for a full week. Thank you for keeping watch, Riven. Somewhat counterproductive to our investigation of it, but a break now and again does no harm. 17 Ashbourne Lane. Yes, got a letter here from Miss Evelyn Vale. That'll be me, thank you. Hi, goodbye now. Dear Miss Vale, I have believed you may be interested regarding the Milbourne's case. We meet at 7 Wick Road at noon. Trail's convenience. Apologies for the short notice. I hope to see you then. Letter with Maggie. She wants to meet. Says she got a lead on the Milbourne case. Well, Lamb, barely a handful of days in the city and already begun collecting friends. We need them. You're special. Stop it. I doubt it. We need them. Quite so. We should be building our connections. Our investigation depends on it. After all. Well, the two of us, you're far more likely to make friends. You have my full support, naturally. Come then. We have a full day before us, it seems. Why doesn't tell me when you appear so eager? After a brief walk, you reach the address Mr. Carver noted. The street lies near the city's heart, though none of the wealthier sort. Its character speaks more of the industry than influence. Modest shops and small offices line the way, their signs jutting over narrow fronts. Miss Hawthorne's dwelling sits discreetly between a barber's and general goods store at the corner. Humble house almost swallowed by its neighbors. Step to the door, press the button, soon hear the treads of footsteps drawing near. Well, hello, how may I help you? Miss Hawthorne, if I'm not mistaken. That's right, Miss. Miss Hawthorne, my name's Evelyn Vale. I'm employed by the landowner of 17 Ashburn Lane. Recently ceased serving there, I understand, on account of the hauntings. My goodness, yes, that I did. Might we have a brief word, if it's convenient for you. Yes, of course, pray, come in. Not gonna lie, I expected a young lady. See, Miss Vale? Thank you, that would be most kind. Miss Hawthorne, busy, so preparing, moved his table and settled into a chair. Concerns about, you notice no other coats hanging, no shoes by the door, indication perhaps that she lives alone. Widow or unmarried woman, though in common you have occasionally heard of women of a certain age bearing the title of Miss, employed as a mark of respect rather than marital status. You mentioned you were employed by Mr. Carver, Miss Vale? Yes, I have. I've come to ask a few questions about us, if it won't trouble you. First moment I stepped inside, I sensed something was not quite right. There is a weight about the place, as though some darkness pressed upon it. It does not require a medium to perceive that menace of a place. Human beings possess a natural sense of danger, to some drawn it beneath a logic or paragrammatism. Miss Hawthorne, it would seem, was guided by her instincts, and perhaps it was this discernment that spared her during her time in the house. It does possess a certain pressing aura, Miss Hawthorne. Yet, was there anything of particular note which led you to deem it haunted? Have you an open mind, Miss Vale? For my own part, I struggle still to believe what I've witnessed. Surely it must have been some trick of the mind. And yet I cannot bring myself to pass along that street. I believe you. Good instincts. Not a trick, I see. I believe you. I confess I have felt much the same about the place, Miss Hawthorne. You need not doubt me. I do believe you. Truthfully, even I find it difficult to believe myself. Heard footsteps you see in the dead of the night, when there is no one in the house but myself. First I thought perhaps a small creature, yet one night a cry, like that of a child. It was on my 15th day that I woke to the door standing open. I always ensure it is closed at night, Miss Vale. That very morning I left and never returned. Sighed, finding the urge to smile at her words. It must have been little Alfie haunting the poor woman. Fortunately, she never crossed paths with the priest. Unlikely for you, though. She is unlike by more what you already know. Have you by any chance seen anything that may have belonged to a priest, Miss Hawthorne? Perhaps an amulet or similar item? A necklace? No, I don't believe so. When I arrived at the house, nearly all the family's belongings were already gone. How about a wooden box? One that might have held marbles, perhaps, or a drawer containing child's item? Afraid to now calls any such thing. By no means. Is there anything further regarding the house or the spirits that gave you pause? Even the slightest detail? I mean, apart from the fact that the house may indeed be haunted? Weird, I know, right? Normal people, obviously, if it's convenient. At least, so far as you feel at ease, of course. Miss Vale, forgive me, but what did you say your duties for Miss Carver entail? Your Riven, who, for once, seemed less like he was dying of boredom, exchanged a look. Miss Hawthorne appeared more receptive to matters such as hauntings. Now she will take the revelation of you being a medium. Unless when put to the question, there is no source but to reveal the truth. I am, as it happens, a medium, Miss Hawthorne. Hence, I seek to understand the occurrence in the house. Oh my word, the house is truly haunted then. Indeed, you most likely encountered Alfie, the young boy of the household who perished with his parents. He appears to be among the spirits unable to cross over. After that night, I'm not sure I follow. What do you mean? I too suffered some similar disturbance. Door shutting hard before him, raps upon the panes, a picture cast from the wall, those sort of things. Thank you for the raid, Crow. Because it is loud. At some point, I will change it, but I don't know when.
Ouch.
What has happened?
I got kicked by a horse and died. My stream is not liking the game right now.
You just see me typing too. In the chat. Oh, that was awesome. Most of your clips are from you dying now, isn't it? Some of them are panic. Odd, he assured me he had never experienced anything of the kind. Well, the only reason he ever placed that notice in the paper was because he had quite had enough. When I told him I would leave the house, he hadn't even the heart to dissuade me. Why pay me a full month's wages beside? Wait, he was there when you left? Not his colleague then? Colleague, he has no such thing. Not as far as I know. Why? He was saying often enough that he was far too old to be dealing with matters of this sort. Oh joy, oh joy. Seems we have an imposter on our hands, Lamb. Said the old woman in astonishment, your jaw falling aside. We've been watching in a haunted house with an unknown man all this time. The Miss Carver you know seems generally intent upon uncovering the hauntings, securing the sale of the property. Yet he is no landowner. Could he be nothing more than a fraud, seeking profit where he may? If so, the question arises: where is the true Mr. Carver, and who, in heaven's name, is the man you have come to know by that name? My fault. I know it. I see. My fault. Seems I ought to have been more vigilant. It's something amiss, my dear. Not at all. Thank you kindly for your time, Miss Hawthorne. You've been most helpful. Think nothing of it, dear. If there's anything more I can do to help, you only need ask. I will, in the meantime, if anything regarding the house occurs to you. It will be most grateful to hear it. Oh my god. You know, when they said that this was a game not for the faint of heart, they were correct. Can we just state that? I'm still reeling for that fucking ghost shit. Mad Dog. This game. We ghost hunting. More scarier than fast. Meeting Miss Hawthorne's house, your mind is already in turmoil. The Mr. Carver you know is a fraud, and his intentions remain mystery. Not a trace of fear touches him, not even a flicker, despite the presence of the house's restless spirits. If this is a ruse, he is a formidable one. Few could face ghosts without so much as a blink. Yet with the real Mr. Carver nowhere to be found, an unease takes hold. Could this impostor have done something to him? Even Evie, enough with the scowl, one would think just lost a hand at cards. Feels exactly so. That I should have been fooled by such an impostor. Come now, we knew there was more to him. This or some equally scandalous affair. Best he isn't the killer, at least in theory. It is most perplexing. Why would he choose to stay in that house? What does he hope to achieve? Why sending Miss Hawthorne, knowing full well she might speak of Mr. Carver, the real one? We shall have ample occasion to press him with these queries. With due courtesy, now to report your friend. Let's hear the secret she has tucked away from us. Very well, though, I assure you, once we return, I'll have quite the occasion prepared from our so-called Mr. Carver. Behold, an angry lamb, how the flock must tremble. Short carriage ride later, you finally arrive at your destination. The northern quarter greets you with familiar roughness. Streets pitted and cracked. estates weathered worn, and people with hard eyes accustomed to harder life cannot help but keep a wary hand on your belongings, expecting some deft-fingered pickpocket to make your acquaintance before Miss Maggie Quinn does. But fortune is kinder. After only a few minutes of uneasy waitiness, a bright, glittering voice calls your name. You turn, and there she is at last, your new friend and ever-cheerful reporter, Maggie Quinn, approaching with a grin that cuts straight through the gloom of the quarter. Good to see you again, Miss Vale. Fancy meeting you so soon. Was hoping for it. Did you miss me? Pleasure. Ah, she is romanceable. I was hoping for it. I'd rather hope to see you again soon, Miss Maggie. And so did I, wouldn't you know it. I didn't fetch you for naught, I swear. After we parted yesterday, I made a little trip to the coroner's office. Thought I'd try my luck peeking at the report now that the case gone cold. Turns out he never touched the examination himself. It were Advika, his assistant back then, who handled it all. And I knew her from her student days, so I popped around and gave her a knock, didn't I? Oh? And get this, she said some hound came knocking that very morning, asking after the Milborn same as me. Weren't keen on helping him, so she just brushed him off. Naturally asked for his dress, didn't I? And here we are. A hound? I'm guessing you don't mean the four-legged sort. Nay, nay. Detective, but when hired by ne'er-do-wells to find other ne'er-do-wells, all for a price like a hound, yeah? Couldn't you have met him somewhere less desolate, just a thought? Well, it seems we're been lucky if this man has something to offer. I just feel a touch uneasy going into the den of a hound, as you say. Different, Miss Phil. Looks like him work on info alone, and I'm a porter. We'll get along fine, I reckon. You follow me? Like now, Miss Quinn, you know her playful demeanor, yet beneath it her eyes hint at hidden darkness. Raw, unyielding sort of strength, one you see in the streets even rougher than this, and people who have lost everything and yet cling fiercely to what remains out of defiance. Recognize it in those who have been through the ringer and back. On the surface, she seems a light-hearted woman with a thirst for information, but her intuition tells you she harbors shadows of her own, shadows not easily unmasked. I understand very well. I shall follow your lead then. Right, come along, Miss Vale. His office up on the second floor. Climb the narrow staircase, the boards creaking underfoot, until you reach the second floor. Miss Maggie leads the way, stop before the only door in the dim corridor. The same sour reeks that haunts the street lingers here, clinging to the walls and ceiling, smoke and mold seeping through the plaster. From within comes a low voice bidding you enter. Maggie wastes no time. She pushes the door open and steps inside. You follow close behind. Hello? Look. Sorry, I just needed to stare at him. By the time, stopped to soak and find decors downstairs, did you? One side, he found the hound seated firmly behind his desk. It was planted brazenly atop the scared wood. A cigarette hangs from the corner of his mouth, with smoke drifting lazily upward to stain the ceiling. Crooked smile widens as his eyes flock over the two of you. Across from him, in the lone chair before the desk, sits a young woman. Posture taut, her expression cold as frost. There's a chill in her bearing, quiet severity that makes the room feel smaller. Quinn. And here I was thinking you'd wash your hands with it, Vika. Miss Vale is Advika, coroner assistant back then, and a right clever doctor, I'll tell you. Pleasure, Mr. Crow. Nathaniel Crow. Doctor says you got questions about the Milborns? Scrub stubs his cigarettes against the scarred edge of the desk, leaving another black mark among many, fetching two chairs from the far side of the room, setting them for the desk for you and Miss Maggie. Feller lead and said, while he returns to his place, watching your every move, there's ruggedness about him uncommon in the city. More the cast of men from the northwest of Morvay. His presence, one feels oddly secure and distinctly uneasy. Dealing with all manner of otherworldly beings, you're not easily intimidated. But when unease stirs in you, you mark it well. For you trust it has a reason, and treat the source with due caution. What for? I work for the landowner of 17 Ashburn Lane. That's where the incident took place. What sort of work is that? Pause on your gaze straight to the floor, avoiding the curious eyes fixed on you. Feel no shame in your work, but you are aware how it sounds to others. To some, your work about doubt, perhaps even diversion, temptation to probe, to test, or to miss outright. One-on-one discourse is ever a trail. Each question, a cunning-placed snare, designed to entrap to score some petty triumph. Reality, it seems, is a possession of each individual, framed by their own convictions, and yet your race existence unsettles them. Believer or skeptic, it makes no difference. I am medium, Miss Crow, and I'm here to understand why the house is haunted by the spirits of a young boy and a priest. Oh, what now? Medium, that is the person who claims to converse with the dead. Miss Maggie Blinks caught off guard, clearly at a loss for words, while Miss Kapoor let a single hidden eye roll scheme. The crowd with contents remains entirely unfazed. That sexton is trying to measure the verity of your claim. And yet, even that is enough to kindle small hope within you. For if he is scrutinizing you this closely, it's just he believes there is a possibility that you might indeed be what you claim. Priest, was the family of 3 killed that night? One of the spirits is Alfie, the young boy of the family. He appeared to be fleeing from another spirit, one that intends him harm. Brief encounter with it myself, it bore a sun symbol upon its clothing. Like Alfie, this spirit is dangerous, Miss Crow. Given the opportunity, it might harm anyone living in the house. Is this your guy? His moves to cabinet brimming with papers. After some rummaging, he returns and causes a cart de visit onto the table, sliding back into his chair. He retrieves Sarah from pocket. The card and studied the man typically. A priest robed entirely. Ordinary prince, neither you nor Raven caught his face that night. Impossible to know for certain. Miss Crowell has shown you this image. It is clear you know something you do not. He would look differently. Cannot say. Besides, how he died would have left him looking very different. With Maggie, Ethka studied the picture. Maggie's first to move, reaching for a pen and scratching notes into her battered notebook. With quick focus, Ethka turned her gaze towards the window, expression flat as though the matter at hand held no claim on her attention. Name's Gideon Thorne. One came by my house about a month ago. Claimed she was his fiancé. Said he'd gone south to Franklin on some church business. He kept sending letters properly, but she swears he never left the city. Thinks those letters aren't from him at all. Where'd he go missing then? About a year ago, around the same time as your murder. Did she inform the authorities? Nothing came of it, of course. One visit to the church, and they said the man was alive and well in Freyland. Papers and all, case dismissed just like that. I suppose he went to Freyland to check? My guess is whoever is writing to the fiancé is pretending to be him. That's it. There's the Father Gideon. Though conveniently, he was away on a pilgrimage. Apparently, he's been traveling for some time now. Don't mind me asking, why does the fiancé believe he is not the one writing letters? He had a learning affliction. Man got his letters wrong, misread the words, wrote the wrong thing. She said she'd even help him with his words. But the letters she's getting now, perfect. Every one of them. Didn't hear him too easy. He's so dead. Good lead. Fine lead, Mr. Crowell. Very well done. Call it when there's body on the slab. Till then, too many bastards bolt. Leave the wife high and dry. Set up a new someplace else. Happens every week. Aye, but the man's dead. Where's his corpse gone? Would you like me to make an educated guess? The Bullborn's grave. Hence they secure my services. I perform a rapid examination at the place of death. They demand the bodies urgently. Wondering why, I suppose that clarifies the reason. Assuming, of course, that the priest lies dead, I am but indulging in speculation. That would explain the housemaid. Housemaid? Supposedly it was the housemaid who discovered the family dead. Conveniently, she moved to New Albany shortly afterwards. Mind you, she'd been an orphan saved by the church before Mr. Milburn took her in. Right, weren't planning on grave robbing that night. You dig up the graves? The fuck? Well, of course, stupid. Reconsider. I urge you, for your own sake, to reconsider. Ready to be sure, is there? Marvelous. Best tell your little troop what happens when one trifles with a poltergeist's grave. Different place. Should they truly disturb the priest's resting place, there is very likelihood he will manifest in some form. And in a very, very angry manner. Yeah, truth, Miss Crowell is correct. There's a little other way to be certain. If the child and the priest were buried together, explain why they cannot part. Especially if some binding connection ties them. And though the risk is undeniable, it remains a necessary step forward in your own investigation. Miss Crow, should you disturb the resting place of spirits yet lingering here, there will be consequences. So I expect a curse upon our heads, Miss Vale? Well, none of that, because she's just trying to lend a hand. Miss Kapoor scoffs, turning her gaze back towards the window. Bring indifference, a cynic through and through, you seem plenty like her in your line of work. Even faced with spirits, they find reason to blame. Shadows, fatigue, sleepless nights, stress, anything but the truth. Miss Maggie, by contrast, seemed less concerned with the medium business. She is a soldierman. Her focus is on keeping balance. The work on the team rather than on who might be lying or why. Consequences of what sort? For a spirit to linger so, unable to cross over, they must carry immense anger or regret. Scowl. They are trapped in those feelings, living their final moments again and again, often mistaking the living for those who wronged or killed them. They cannot distinguish one person from another. To them, everything unfamiliar is tied to their suffering, to their end. Think of a dog that has been beaten. It matters not whether you were the one to strike it. It will snap at any hand that comes near. What then do you imagine souls will do if they encounter someone they believe to be cause of their pain? So how'd you deal with them then? I can't just stick a bullet in a ghost. Kind words, a gentle hand, lead them to the light, maybe? Can you pack an influence? This is why folks can't stand you. Forgive me for not entertaining talk of fairies and specters. The matter is logic versus fancy. Why are we even arguing? I can seriously believe the church is so foolish as to commit and conceal a murder. To go so far as to hide a priest's death by having another pretend to be him? Preposterous. So what are you doing here? Blessing us with your son yourself? You see, if they botch my examination to hide a body, I'll lock that place down and have them all arrested. How do you deal with the things then? Give Raven a look, and he shrugs in return. For most spirits, those not consumed by vengeance, there are ways to guide them towards passing on, returning a lost possession, unveiling a secret kept too long, or resolving the conflicts that still bind them. But cultures are another matter entirely. Just as in life, some who are inclined to violence return as violent spirits. For those thus far, only one solution has ever proven effective: Riven. We kill them. How? It is my charge to see it. Mr. Crow. But he's selling for self, each glance cutting, as if weighing not just his words, but your very presence. There is a claim, a calculating edge to him that believes his rough exterior, suggesting a mind always a step ahead. Like a hound, he moves with purpose, efficient in combat, relentless in tracking his quarry, willing to do whatever it is necessary to catch. It is no surprise he finds himself in the employ of criminals. This kind of work does not belong to the faint-hearted. All right, we're going to the graveyard tonight. I need someone to watch while I dig. Fine, Doc. You tell me how you died. Nice show through grace. Hey, let's crack on. There'll be nothing beyond a family of corpses, I expect, but very well. I shall change these theories. Be expecting ghostly company, Miss Vale? If the priest truly lies in that grave, then I assume so, yes. Can you deal with it? I can. Right then. Graveyard tonight. Don't use the main entrance. Take the gates at the far side through the woods. I'll be there. Right, quiet as a mouse, yeah? With the other side, I dare say it'll be no small challenge. I'll pipe down, Vika. You're far worse with all the chatter, ain't ya? That you, Maggie, at Vika, rise, moving towards the door. The others began descending stairs. You linger by the threshold, holding Mr. Crowell's grace. Something in him, something in his words that make you feel unexpectedly seen. Though he seems every inch a man of practicality. Skeptical of anything spiritual, he hasn't once brushed you off. On the contrary, he asks questions about your work. Quite short, yet there's sincerity behind it. Beneath it. Crowd, take it you believe me, then. Stops his cigarette and rises, walking towards you as he holds the door open. Turning over you, he shrugs with a teasing smile. Sense Raven shifting beside you, ready to intervene should Mr. Crowell overstepped. He's there taking kindly to other men, encroaching on your space. Mr. Crowell's edging just far enough into Raven's territory to rattle him. Yet you have no intention of yielding. You need to know whether Mr. Crowell truly believes you, or if he will be the one disturbing the resting place of a very real, very wrathful spirits, and is imperative that he follows your instructions should matters turn perilous. Surprised to do. A little, no offense intended, but I should not have thought you to start to lend credence to such matter. What kind of man do you think I am, Miss Vale? An interesting one? A practical man? A man who wouldn't believe in ghosts? Practical man. A man who trusts only what he sees. And what is it you reckon I see? In any case, thank you for at least hearing me out. See you tonight, Miss Vale. Good day, Mr. Crow. Is it going to cut off before that scene? Because I will cry. I want to go. I want to go. Something outside you find Maggie and Advika locked in a conversation that borders on argument. Though their words carry a hint of hostility, it's clear the familiarity runs far deeper than mere acquaintanceship. Were you to hear Miss Kapoor speak to anyone else, you might imagine her a composed, level-headed woman. In Maggie's presence, the two become like bickering sisters. Watching their banter is delightful. Though a faint pang of jealousy tugs at your heart, you realize you never truly had friends with whom could exchange painful friction. Raymond aside, of course, but he is a ghost and a man. Find yourself missing the company of other women, in all honesty. Miss Vale, you heading straight home then? Fetching runs for a pint down the pub. Never said I'd be joining you, Quinn. Yeah, you come along, you daft drunk. You hear the word drink, and you be skittering around the corner like a rat after cheese. Well, it takes a drink to make your company remotely bearable. Dominus, Miss Vale. Eh? She got no friends. I'm the only one that's ever had to put up with that sour mug of hers. No one insisted you put up with my expression. It'll be fun, that. A slot. Every now and then, you gotta let loose. Part of you thinks that if you had home early, you might sneak a peek at Mr. Carver's room before he returns. Perhaps glean some hint of his motives. Another part of you aches to let go, to let yourself have something resembling friendship, only for a little while. To the pub. Why not? Suppose a single drink would do no harm if it's no imposition. No hassle, Miss Vale. Let's be off. It's just around the corner. Short walk later, the reviewer at the Rusty Anchor, pub that clearly caters to local working folk. The air is thick with the mingling smells of smoke and ale. The room alive with laughter and the clattering mugs. Vega weaves through the crowd with ease, leading you to a table with empty seats. One seat, she lifts her hand and practice gesture to the bartender summoning drinks for the three of you. I take it to have been acquainted for quite some time then. Aye, been schoolmates were, not many lasses at the University of Blackford, and our facilities close by, so we usually meet at the same pub. Very quaint indeed, though I would not call it friendship. She's got none, that's why. The Miss Vale, a medium, isn't it? I've wagered you're some solicitor's lass. Never thought you'd be all for England spirits. Spirits, spare me. It's not a gift I chose. Practicality. I don't have a choice. I would have gone mad. It's not a gift I chose. Said it must sound strange, but the sight was mine long before I ever put it into use for money's sake. It is no gift I chose. What's it like then? They just walk about, do they? Can you see any now? I've been here a while, actually. Really not roam at will. Most linger where death found them, unless disturbed. They must be attuned, drowsy, unguarded, else my senses reject the sight. Mind showed itself from what it cannot grasp, thus I remain sane. At least that is the conclusion you and Ruin have drawn. His world and yours lies miles apart, yet at times you catch a fleeting glimpse of it through his eyes. What you feel is colored by his sight, but what you see comes at a price. When something lies too far beyond your senses, too vast for your mind to comprehend, feel your sanity slipping. It always takes Ribbon's urgent, relentless shouting in your ear to drag you back, keep you from falling away into that dark, immeasurable expanse where your form means nothing. In time, you have learned to build your own defenses. No longer seek to see more than your mind will bear. Ribbon helps keep that fragile balance. Dear me, Miss Vale, how exactly does one resolve haunting? Take it politely, asking spirits to part is not part of your method. It differs from soul, Miss Cowper. Some demand the lost item be restored, others that truth be told. My task is, therefore, less about who or what caused their unrest, and more about skirting the why. Set aside the more fantastical elements, one could say you occupy the role of an investigator. I'll scarcely call myself that. Crimes are uncommon, Mark. More usual are grandmothers wishing for their grandchildren to be baptized or similar visits. Really now? Does Mary not leave behind the most vengeful of souls? True enough, the such violent ends are not nearly as common as one imagines. Do tell that to my countless lost weekends over the past few years. I'll drink to that. Think you find Blackford a wee bit livelier for your vengeful spirits, Miss Vale? Truly, you could not have selected a more fitting city for your talents. Wilbeck, money. I know, it's a big city. Still, I shall hope to encounter a few cases of violent nature. Next hour or so, you find yourself immersed in lively conversation with Miss Maggie and Miss Kapoor. The early sharpness giving way to easy flowing banter. Truthfully, is far more enjoyable than you had anticipated. Both women exist somewhat beyond the confines of polite society. Neither seems particularly concerned with the dictates of patriarchal authority or the expectations placed upon them. They're in their own way, carving paths through a world that resists their ambitions and ideals. Perhaps it is a little wonder that they found each other. Nor is it surprising that the conversation among the three of you felt so natural and unforced. What's it yet? Going for piss. back in no time. Remarked Bull, she seems entirely devoid of decorum. Fortunately, glass, Miss Vale, or have you quite enough for the evening? I'm quite content for now, Miss Cooper, but your offer is most kind. Can't help but watch her as she requests her fourth glass. Remain remaining perfectly unchanged. While Miss Maggie briefly mentioned Miss Cooper fondness for drink, seeing an action, you find yourself wondering at the reason behind it. Her eyes meet yours, her lips become a playful smile, effortlessly composed every bit the picture of self-assurance. Not an alcoholic, if that's what you were thinking. Simply a habit picked up long ago at school. I'm impressed. I was thinking that. I drink too. That was far from what I was thinking, Miss Kapoor. Good to know the Tower of Empty Glasses wasn't giving you the wrong impression. Right, lasses, let's be done. Gotta nip back to the paper and pack up for a night out. You two best be there. Mind, don't leave me alone with the hound. No offense to the lad. He's sound enough, just a bit uppity. Some I expect our time might be better spent elsewhere. She'll be there, Miss Maggie. You have my word. Let's hope there's something worth finding. Doubt the hound's digging graves just for sport. See you tonight. Don't forget now. We meet at the side entrance. That you say your goodbyes and begin the walk home. Truth be told, doubts creep in about the plan. Ruin's thoughtful expression, uncharacteristic silence, since he shares them. Disturbing the resting place of Poltergeist is rarely wise, yet it may be the only way to draw the priest out. Thus far, he's concealed himself well, making it seem as though only Alfie haunts the house. But you know better. He is the source of every mouse within those walls. He must be stopped, and your choices are few. Evening is already settled by the time you return from the pub. Crossing the threshold, a familiar quiet greets you, punctuated only by the soft creaks of the house. By the door you spot big Mr. Carver's coat hanging neatly, for a sign he has returned from his office, or whatever passes for it. Change swift glance with Reuben. Moment has come to confront the imposter and uncover exactly what he is. Be prepared, Reuben. We shall likely need to disturb him a touch. Oh, only a touch, shall we? Moving to parlor, you find Mr. Carver by the fireplace, a drink in hand, once lost so deeply he doesn't even notice your presence. When you clear your throat to announce yourself, does he return from whatever reverie held him, offering you his usual easy smile, yet there is faint tension etched between his brow, comically betraying some private distress, and the shadows beneath his eyes seem darker than before. Miss Vale. Been a trying day, Mr. Carver. Say that. Crossing the room, you seat yourself upon the couch, and Mr. Carver goes to the cabinet, where sleeve freshened his drink. Turns bottle in hand, his gaze seeks yours. Care to join me? Not this evening, I'm afraid. You've been in your office all day, then? Indeed, the day has been thoroughly consumed by paperwork. Seems I missed you earlier. Your office was empty when I went by. You went to my office? After a bit of inquiry, I managed to find out, though I fear I must have been either too early or too late. Tend to an old client for a short while. It seems we missed one another by the smallest margin. Pretty truly. Thank you for assistance. Was graciousness enough to answer some of my questions? Here is able to answer your questions, Miss Vale. She, of course, has been most exhausting day, truly. Feel nearly sympathetic for the poor fellow. Nearly. Mr. Carver, yes, Miss Vale. I have never had occasion to visit your office. In fact, I do not even know where it is. Yet I have a notion you don't know it either. I was right. So then I was right after all. Right innocence, you are turning out to be, Miss Vale. Runs along your spine as attitude twist. Eyes sharp, blue, and calculating, measuring you, weighing you. Forcing a sense of smallness you refuse to grant. Behind him, Riven paces like a sentinel wrath. Jaw clenched, gaze burning, preparing to cast his false Mr. Carver to the first reaches should he dare single misstep. Who are you? That's none of your concern. Respectfully, it is very much my concern. I've been living in this house and attending to your affairs for several days now. We don't need to alter our agreement. Continue with this case, earn your pay just as long as you do what you came here to do. Surely I have to know your name at first. Then I'm afraid I must take my leave. Why make this difficult? Continue as you have. Call me Mr. Carver, do your job, and then we can each go our own way. Steps towards you slow and steady until the space between you thins to breath. Then he leans down, meeting gaze eye to eye. Your thoughts once, heavy and betraying. As his stare fixes on you, there is no trace of warmth or courtesy left in the man free. For he truly is, this is not the first time he has stood over someone and made them feel small. Where's the real Mr. Carver? Oh, he's alright. Decided he needed some time away. I can't say I blame him. What prey do you want? Money? The house? Feels awful lot of trouble for free lodging. Also no concern. I advise keeping that pretty little nose out of my affairs. Curve reaches out, his fingertips brushing along your lips. Breath catches, his gaze locks on your sharp and dangerous. The curve of his mouth. Almost near. Every motion deliberate, meant to unnerve you, to bend you into silence, to make you compliant and complicit. But that final gesture, bold and unvain, wakens something else entirely. A very protective, very angry ghost standing at your side. And now. Before you can respond, Ribbon hurls Mr. Carver off you, sending him crashing to a corner of the room. Body lands with a loud thud against the wooden floor. Like a sack of grain, eyes wide with shock as he extends the room, trying to make sense of the unseen force that threw him. Ribbon crashes before him, eyes burning. He rarely intervenes unless absolutely necessary. Yet, whenever menace had been emanating from this, Mr. Carver suggests that perhaps you were far more in danger than you realize. What in the devil? May I wring his neck to speak for him? Certainly not the devil. Mr. Carver, will you speak, or shall I ensure this evening becomes one you regret? What are you? Having veiled the medium you employed, I shall only ask once more, who are you? You little... What in God's name, what are you? What? Evie, I'm losing my patience here. The vamp drifts from his wrist. He restrains himself, rattling items and shattering glass are customary display. Yet a grossly companions kibble, far worse. Nothing seems to display surprise as Mr. Carver shrieks at the crash of the counter nearby. Reaction enough to extract your answers. Give him a small, reassuring smile, signaling that all is well. Steps back in your room to address the imposter. Lucius, it's Lucius. My name is Lucius Morgan, alright? Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Morgan. Now, might I ask what brought you here? I'm here to help. Nope, biting won't be like you next time. I'm here to help. Not here to stir up unrest, Mr. Morgan. My purpose is to assist the spirits of this house. Nothing more. She was my sister, okay? Miss Milburn. I'm Alfie's uncle. God, it's a long story. Just let me have a drink, please. Fucking hell. Oh, God. Strides to the counter, lifts a bottle and glass, fills it to the brim, one swift tilt. The liquor vanishes. He fills it again, slow this time. Eyes floating across the room as though searching for the unseen force that hurled him from your side. Once, however, there's no reach in his gaze, no trace of arrogance, only pain. We're all heavy and exhaustion laden. We were strange, my sister and I. I wasn't exactly a model brother. Shocking, I know. But Alfie, he was my lad, my nephew. They claim it's burglary gone awry, I say. My arse. The police couldn't sniff out a theft if it was right under their bloody noses. You don't believe this was a burglary gone wrong. Call it what you will. I know the dirt, all the dirt. None of them gave a damn about my sister's family, who'd waste their time robbing a house like this. Feels like explains why Alfie hasn't been haunting dear old uncle. So you come here to look into the matters yourself, have you? And to see justice done on my own terms when I find the killers. That way permit me to remain here to aid you in your investigation. Then I thought respectfully, lady might make it for a distant alibi if questions ever came knocking. Boss Lucius struggled to retain a calm air, yet the faint tremor in his hand gives his fear away. For now you choose to believe his story, not for his words, but for the way Alfie was never haunted him. Always treating him as part of the family. Can you truly see him, Alfie? I saw him the first night. He came for his marble. This isn't right, child, for God's sake. See many things must fail, but never that kind of monster. Sorry for what it's worth. I can see the weight of your grief has left upon you. What are you really? Some sort of witch? What did you know? My friend, ghostly cat, is a ghost, not me. I have a friend, a spirit who lends me his help. Friend, really? Hurls a candle holder from the mantle, sending it clattering to the floor, then paces the room, to temper his rage. Seems almost comical if only Mr. Morgan were moments from fainting in sheer terror. His eyes wide, body trembling at every creak and whisper of the house. Good God, what manner of devilry is this? I'm afraid what comes next will be far more troubling. If it is that I am your family's killer you desire, then I shall provide you with the answers you seek. Thank you for the hydrate. Pushes gently toward the couch and take a seat, and finding him did the same. What you're about to say, will not sit easily with him. From what you have gathered so far, one of the priests from the church where Mr. Milburn was served appears to have been responsible for the family's death. And whether he was slain in retribution or took his own life in guilt remains uncertain. This Gideon Thorne is indeed the man you seek. Then his spirit will not stay hidden once his resting place is disturbed. Hunt down any soul who crosses his path, and that regrettably includes Mr. Morgan himself. After recalling all you learned, you speak to Nathaniel Crow and of the plan to unearth the Milburn graves. Harvey fears Mr. Morgan might protest such declaration. Bound by sentiment or superstition, yet to your spies he does not. Listens in heavy silence, his expression drawn. When you're done, he insists on joining tonight's adventure. Riley refused, much to Riven's visible dismay. No one deserves to stand witness when the dead are disturbed. It is Mr. Morgan. Gods of his disposition for you. Alfie was his nephew, and the Milborns were his blood. Kitty Thorne, I can't say I've ever heard that name before. Did Alfie ever speak of any discord with the priest, or hint at some hidden matter within the church? No, I was aware he attended the Sunward study, but I knew little else of it. Do you really think he did it, that this priest killed my family? I have reason to believe so, yes, though I fear I do not know why. Pray he is not. Where justice is there for a corpse, I do not know how to punish a dead man. If it eases you at all, I assure you, wherever he lingers, he finds no peace. Sure it does not, Miss Vale. It's almost time. You best be off if you're to meet the rest of your merry Banamos was by the church. With how much has been in this first chapter, I now have to wonder, how long is this game gonna actually be? You know? Your eyes drift to the street, already swallowed by the pitch black night, while the distant rumble of thunder rolls across the sky. Tonight you fear the veil between the worlds may shatter. Both the dead and the living will be tested. Why you gotta do this to me, Crow? Oh, I stretched out my leg and a pop just happened. My ankle popped. Just so everyone is aware, my other ankle popped too. Apparently, I'm old enough for my bones to be popping. Oh. Do you turn to Mr. Morgan, only to find his gaze fixed on you? There is hidden intensity there that makes your skin crawl. No, Mr. Crow is a man of danger. Since at the moment you met him, but Mr. Morgan, he arrived without warning. That you realize makes him all the more perilous, far more dangerous than you had ever given him credit for. Showing that, Mr. Morgan, time to start our restless friend, I believe. Church had a hand in this. I'll assure the pay knights for their deeds. No rest for them. Mr. Morgan, and your cab. Make your way to the inside entrance of the church. Fortunately, the moment you step outside, windless rain begins to pour, battering down so fiercely that your lantern flames sputter and dim to a useless glow. Barely managed to make your way to the entrance, where the rest of your group already stands gathered by the iron gates. Miss Vale, over here. It's a fine night for grave digging, eh? There's a little light within the church. It may be empty. Should we wait for the storm to pass? Too risky to wait. Rain or not, we dig tonight. You gotta be bloody stupid. Examination in the pouring rain? What are we hoping to find? How many drops a priest skull can hold? That Morgan? Crow. You two are acquainted. Came across him a few times on the job, still causing trouble, huh? Figured you'd be on this case. Shall we be off then, or we'd have tea and cakes in this graveyard? I'd say have an adder, but catching up can wait. Days like these, Lamb, when I question every life choice that lead to be tailored to you. You're lovely, surely, but this miserable. Let us proceed. Barely able to see the road ahead through the dark and relentless rain, make your way into the graveyard, the hem of your skirt heavy with mud. Sign of wet earth clings to every breath. You finally reach the main path. It becomes clear that none of you know precisely where the Milborns are buried. You've exchanged a glance, really split up, lanterns flicking weakly as you begin searching the gravestones. Beloved Milborn family. Oh, let's fucking go. I clicked it on the first fucking try. In life they brought warmth to those around them. In death may they find the peace that was denied them. Let's go. Ugh. That was fucking insane. Ashes over the epitaph, hastily etched with no flowers to mark the grave, left to the mercy of the wilderness. As if the world had already forgotten them, he sighed, this is the justice of the world, something that called itself devout, reduced to dirt, lives and memories left to be swallowed by indifference. Abandoned. Well, it's big. Not even a flower. They're all the same. Abandoned. They left them as if those lives meant nothing despite their protestants of love. To be entirely fair, if I'd shoved a killer priest in the ground myself, left the grave alone too, just saying. There it is. Wait, Mr. Crow, Mr. Morgan, over here. Right, that's the place. Morgan, give me a hand. Mr. Morgan reads the empty. The eyes close, through a flicker of pain stirs somewhere deep within. Brows furrowed, then, without a word, takes the shelf from Mr. Crow, ready to break the earth. Again, their grim work. You, Maggie, and Kipta, keep watch. Eyes scanning the dark for any wandering soul who might summon upon you. Last thing you wish is to explain why you're digging up the Milborn screen, especially if it truly conceals the body of Gideon Thorne. Dreadful weather as always. Gonna do your bit? Yeah, Vika? Didn't come all this way for naught, do we? Like Miss Vale, I will no magic. I can, however, inspect the bones for blunt force or any other discernible marks. Years past evidence may be scarce. That'll do, eh? We'll manage. As Mr. Crow and Mr. Morgan finish digging, he stepped closer and joined them. They stand over the grave, exchanging uncertain glances between each other in the pit below. Finally reach their side, the reason becomes clear. Beneath the churned, mud and rain-soaked soil lies nothing but an empty coffin. They're gone? Where the bloody hell are they? Right, of course. It wasn't going to be that easy. Curious though, isn't it? No remains? Please tell me you're not planning to dig up the whole cemetery looking for a missing family of 3, the resident lunatic. There's something inside. Miss Crowd, there's something glitching beneath the sorter. Would you lend me a hand? Miss Crowd's assistant, you step down to the freshly opened grave. The earth is damp and cold beneath your palms as you brush away a loose soil. Submit the chilled metal, small and half buried. Carrie lifts it from the dirt, a faint light catches upon it. Surface feeling thumbstill, above the sun, scared sun. The holy symbol or Ornus Church. Priest necklace by its make and weight. Mostly one was often worn by the clergy themselves. What's that doing here? Plus, someone did, in fact, lay buried here at some point. Now, would you reckon one hid 4 bodies? Dare say this is a way we might find out, but it's dangerous to say the least. Dangerous how? There's a right source I can form. Says to me to draw spirit from where it lingers upon the veil and anchor it here, so that we may speak with it. While they acquire small possession of the departed, though through it tuned to the echoes they left behind. We? You mean we are granted such a view too? Oh, beggars don't fancy that one bit. Ghosts and whatnot. Surely you're at least a little curious. If I proceed with this, you'll encounter the departed, yes. Yet you may not grasp fully what presents itself, and at times it drives one to the brink. It is most unsettling sight. See, the reporter's the sensible one. The other one clearly has a death wish. So besides the spook and the screaming, can they really hurt you? Oh, yes, they can. Really? Don't tell me a ghost roughed you up, Morgan. I haven't the faintest, alright? You'll get your turn soon enough, you daft off. Miss Crow, would you see that the church is empty so we might use it for the ritual? Oh, so I'm to earn my keep tonight, am I, lamb? Across the threshold of the church, a hush within is near scared, though chill drifts through the air. Only ever risks reaching through the veil twice. Both times brought harm. The first by folly, the second by necessity. Raymond calls it your light, a beacon that sings to the other world. It pulls them near. The unseen and the restless, yet its reach is not kind. When your light burns too brightly, it touches the living too, forcing their eyes open to the truths that lurk beneath the shadow. Basement's clear, not a soul about. Thank you. We'll see. Make sure it stays that way. Thank you. Crow. You stepped into the middle of the room, distancing yourself from the pews, and sit upon the floor. Chill of the stone seeps through your skirt as you lay the necklace down before you. He lowers himself opposite, silent and composed, eyes glinting faintly in the dim. The others watch your every move. Miss Maggie sits upon one of the benches, arms crossed, expression caught between curiosity and unease. Miss Kapoor remains standing close by, her eyes sharp with scrutiny. Miss Crow keeps to the doorway, gaze fixed on the window. Cautious of unwelcome company, Mr. Morgan, meanwhile, has retreated to the furthest view he could find, perhaps still very wary of another ghostly shout from Ribbon. My companion may show himself while the veil is open, but he won't bring harm. Do not be alarmed if you see him. How thoughtful of you, but alas, I can promise nothing. Your companion, Miss Vale? Spectral companion, sir? Am I to bow? or would a Christie's suit better? Some spook does for you this evening. I ain't chasing no justice. Well earned that be. Harmless my arse. Alright, I'm ready. Yes, quite. Bullets for spirit, brilliant idea, truly. Bullets aim for the ghost, mate. Calm down. Close your eyes and rest your fingertips on the necklace. Feeling the cold metal press against your skin, you focus on the weight, the shape, the faint echo of its owner still clinging to it. Push outward, past thoughts, past reason, reaching into the unseen. Riven's touch finds your fingers studying them. Presence grounds you. You reach further until something light has as beneath. Something light as breath reaches back. Within seconds, another set of fingers closes over yours, searing, unkind. The heat bites through your skin like metal flesh from the forge. It is wrathful, desperate, greedy. You've called him in. If your intuition right, it is the priest. His guilt, his rage, his festering shame, all alive in that burning touch. You do not flinch. Keep still, through every nerve screams beneath his grasp. You trespass in sacred ground, witch. Where are you hiding? You think you can take him from me? He belongs where I put him. The pain becomes too much to bear. You wrench your hand back, the necklace tears from your grasp, hurling itself against the wall. Sound rings out, followed by the crash of a door and gates slamming shut all around you. Your eyes, faces pale, eyes wide. Every soul in the room is frozen, trying to comprehend what just occurred. He's seated, the priest spared his hair, drawn in by his trinket. Now comes the hard part, catching him and letting Riven do what he does best. Bloody hell, what was that? Wind will do that sometimes. Right, and does the wind also throw necklaces at walls now? Guess the one's feeling rowdy tonight. Miss Vale, are you hurt? Tell me I'm not the only one who saw that necklace move. It's him. There's murder in that soul, Lamb. If he is left to his own devices, someone will die. Against your pins, questions flicker behind wide eyes. But there's no time for answers. The priest's hair drawn by your call. You must find him before he finds you. Alone, he would strike without hesitation. Near, he will wait in the dark, patient and watching. You need a plan. Riven to search the premises. The rest remain together in the hall, where they stand the better chance should the spirit show itself. So you cannot venture entirely on a companion. One person must stay with you should you falter. Miss Maggie looks troubled but composed, keeping watch over the group. Miss Kapoor seems to be struggling to reconcile her senses with her practical mind, disbelief flickering across her face. Mr. Crow, pistol in hand, clearly considers the threats of more earthly nature, thieves, intruders, and such. Miss Moore never stands frozen, nearly undone by fear, as one might expect. The spirit lingers nearby and must seek him out. Would someone accompany me? Miss Vale, I'll go with you if that's what you want. Running after spirits now, are we? Well, why not? We've done everything else tonight. Sure thing, Miss Vale. Can't promise I'm used with the dead, but I'll tag along. Fucking hell, fine, I'll come with, but your opinion better stay close if things get weird. I should have saved it. Does it actually affect others? Mithil is intrigued. Then we shall move on, Mr. Crow. One can only hope he does not make our task more difficult. Right back, Miss Vale. Stay sharp. As you head for the inner rooms, Riven slips away, a pale motion that will likely sweep the building until summoned. The remainder of the party huddles near Q, keeping their composure through worry shadows in the set of their mouths. You excel move with Mr. Crow slow beside you. The spirit is subtle. He skulks in guilt and shame, invisible until prodded. Your plan is simple and dangerous. Steer him towards what he knows best. Realm into anger directed at you. Then call Riven in to make the capture. Step into the classroom where the sunward study takes place within the church. Darkness presses close, forcing you to rely on the dim glow of your lantern. The room is unmistakably marked by the veil. Your temples throb and the air feels thick, refusing to let you breathe easily. Beside you, Miss Crow shifts, though none would name Ghost aloud. It is plain to all that something is terribly wrong with this place. No save. Awesome. Do not speak. Do not speak in reverse, Mr. Crown. Right, that makes more sense. Alphys is here without question, immersed in his memories. Must provoke him in some manner, perhaps by taking on the part of a student. I don't like how late this is. I can't see shit. Crouched low, studying the dust, trying to sense which one might have been held Alfie's presence. The veil stirs, offering fleeting glimpses of the past. The priest clings to memory, sharp with pride, yet tinged with something darker. I swear to God, if I see his face, I'm gonna scream. Alfie. Holy shit. Repent, repent. Not for me, I'll pass. Seems he is addressing the child, Mr. Crow. Well, what do we lad do to him? Whatever the matter, it seems our priest deemed it worthy of death. Which one was his desk? Rope will clean, save for the neat carving of AM. Alfie's initials. He was a well-behaved child, harboring secrets perhaps he could never voice. Move to the desk, sit down, closing your eyes at once. The ad is... I'm going to do a BRB. I will be back. I'm gonna go pee and stuff. I should be back. I don't know what else to do. What you got, Canary? He is. He's bald. I'm getting stuck on shit that I shouldn't be getting stuck on. Rose Pink 14. I'm 2 pounds, 3 feet and 6 inches. What?
I literally just got a fucking shirt from it. I'm going to go punch a baby. Hey, I wonder how my audio sounds. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm kind of recording and streaming at the moment.
Oh, fuck. The clips? Yes. The clips are old. I don't know how I feel about that.
maybe it's just not into sexy goth girls or queenie beanies.
Maybe not.
I'm into both. What does that get me?
20 points?
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
He's coming. He's right over there.
God, that's an old clip. Oh shit! Wait, no! There's behind you the cabinet door. You turn heart tight as the scene becomes clear in your mind. So this was Alfie's punishment, to be locked away, small and trembling. What crime? He's no wicked child. No, the cruelty here was intentional. Something else fed the priest's hatred for him. Something vile that turns your stomach and prickles every hair on your skin. What did you do to this poor child, Gideon Thorne? What have you done? Approach the cabinet and swing the doors open, peering aside for any sign of Alfie's presence. Certain he was confined here, though. For how long? How many times he cannot say. Something about the pace suggests this was the continual punishment. The night Milborn's died was not Thorne's first night of cruelty. We focus once more, scanning for markings or carvings that might aid our investigation. You for something over here there? Another note, Mr. Crow. Appreciate it. Odd. One would expect him to at least try and claw his way out. Alfie. Is that the lad? This isn't a spirit, Mr. Crow, which sees a fragment of Thorne's memory, distorted. Apparition before you. Sitting quietly, its face distorted.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Must have been so scared, the poor child, not even old enough to understand the violence being done to him.
Lizard.
You'll answer for it, Thorne. You're a coward, Thorne. I'll make you pay, Thorne. You're guilty, Thorne. You know who hides, Thorne. Guilty people. You had a quiet sigh, irritation curling in your chest. Time slips away in Thorne's diversions. Man so proud of his virtue must have weakness. Though they are well hidden, Alfie was confined to the cabinet that you know. Your reasons remain obscure, though the space itself hints at habitual punishment. Your eyes follow the grooves and scratches, looking for anything that might explain it. There's nothing. No scratches, no cry, no markings. Alfie, where's your voice? That's a small lad to do with bigger folk than him. Tell him to hush, Miss Vale. Well behaved, well loved, quiet. There's a piece I'm not seeing. Everything's so clean, so precise, and still the boy lingers. Full of fury, I must be overlooking something. Your fingers glide across Alfie's neck, spotless untouched, nothing to reveal what he suffered. He settled into the chair, imagining the anguish, Thorne's fury, Alfie's silent anger, the shared dread, the business left undone. Your hands move carefully towards the side of the desk, smooth, dentless, unmarked, unlike the others, filling each edge as though it might speak. Then they go underneath the dust, the grain more pronounced, the wood prickling your fingertips as you explore until they strike a small gap. A lever, some mechanism hiding a secret drawer. Your eyes wide open wide. This crowd, there's something in here. Shifting slightly, you tug at the small lever, and the drawer slides towards you. Then compartment reveals itself, filled with letters, perhaps tens of them. Slapped with care, your fingers brushed over them, and beneath, pressed flat, are dried flowers. A sinking feeling settles into your chest. Heavens above. I am not without fault, I accept. I hide only behind the mercy of my Lord, and he knows the weight that rests upon me. You're a child, what would you understand of my burden? You will one day, when you grow, your own heart begins to desire it, you'll know what it is to be trusted by heaven. Not mean to Alfie, to handle that way. Must know I am a righteous man, that I wouldn't. Oh! that I would not falter by choice, but the devil is cunning, he creeps in where we least suspect it. In self words, in eyes too pure for this world, you tempt without knowing it, boy, you bring weakness into holy ground. It's not hatred I feel, no, it is sorrow. You must repent, Alfie. You must for what you arise in me. This burn cannot be mine alone. Pray with me, and perhaps the Lord will forgive us both for that evil that seeks to dwell between us. Push yourself away from the desk, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. Stomach twists as you stand, breath quick and uneven. The ache in your chest grows with every second, spreading to your stomach, making your hands tremble slightly. The handwriting faltering, uneven, unmistakably his, Gideon Thorne. Letters are for Alfie. They relate love letters until you notice the scripture, so you see the blame hidden between blessings. Even thinking the words aloud, making your tongue bitter. Each crooked line, each flawed word twists in your mind, turning into nausea. Page on page is filled with accusation and scorn, labeling this torment a test from God. Each line demands discretion, warning that any word spoken would reveal Alfie's supposed wickedness to his family. Beneath the threats and blackmail, the faint, vile trace of perversion. Alfie could speak to no one, believing himself sinful, believing this was God's will. What's wrong, Miss Vale? Crab grabs the letter from your hand, scanning it with quick, scrutinizing eyes. His gaze flicks across the desk and the flowers, absorbing every detail, then color drains from his face, and wide eyes locked on yours. You nodded slightly. You've uncovered it. Gideon Thorne's secret exposed at last. Son of a bitch. Thorne, how dare you remain near this child after the torment you caused him? You wretched thing. Crab stacked the letters in one swift, furious motion, leaving the desk ajar and stormed towards the main hall, your anger roaring tide within you. Your entire life, Riven has shielded you from what Alfie endured, perhaps for years. You've been protected behind the orphanage walls, the clinic, the places you've tirelessly worked at. There will be men, those with a glint in their eye, that self-devilry too long to be comfortable, especially for a mere child. Somehow, all of them would never make it to another day. John understood quietly that it was not simple luck. Alfie, unfortunately, was not so fortunate. You don't know whether he spoke to his family, and perhaps that explains Thorne's presence at their house. Maybe Gideon Thorne simply could not contain himself any longer, both his own torment and the child's, in a blind, furious rage, the family caught in the crossfire. Whatever truth, Alfie never found justice. Instead, he is trapped and endlessly reliving his worst memory in that wretched house, for so Thorne's cruelty even beyond death. Miss Vale, you found some? Now, wait a second. Every piece of letter, paper, clenched tightly in your hands, is flung to their scattering, across the church floor, fluttering like wounded birds. Companions rise from their places, moving towards you, concern etched on their faces. You sink to your knees before the altar. Lift your eyes to the stained glass window shaped like the sun, fractured light catching each letter as it dances in the air around you. This is your sin. He kept your letters. I'll send you to the Lord. They are your letters. This is your sin. This is the mark of your cruelty, Thorne, penned by you in your own hand. This is your evil, not the devil's. Words pass from hand to hand. Your companion's silence deepens with every page turned. Keep your eyes on the window, feeling the weight of his presence all around you. His hatred, his guilt, his shame. Open your eyes, all of them, reaching through the stillness to where he lingers, forcing him to hear you. All the heinous within. You'll see him for what he is. You open your eyes wider, wait for Gideon Thorne to answer your call. No absolution waits you, Thorne. Not in the thin place between worlds, not in the abyss beyond. I'll see you swallowed by the void. You wait the silence stretched between each breath like the pause before a storm. Then his voice, a strangled murmur at your neck. Wet and trembling, the breath of the dead made sound. The rope groans above, slow and agonizing as if fastening around your throat instead. The light falters, devoured by darkness that feels almost alive. Behind you, your companions stir, gasp a prayer, then cling click, a Mr. Crow's weapon, ready for what he does not wish to see. They see him, and you, without warning, feel the weight of his gaze settle upon you like hands upon your throat, threatening to tighten. They hanged him. Or he suicided himself. Turn slowly, your heart hammering, and there he hangs. Right behind you, the rope creaks with every tilt, a wet, choking sound escaping his throat. Half breath, half gargle. You lift your lantern. Light touches his face, Gideon Thorne, the man from the photograph. His features are wrapped by pain. Lips darkening, eyes bulged open in that endless second between life and death. Skin blooms in shades of blue and gray, as if the color has long since given up trying to leave him. Tingles before you, caught in the motion of his own undoing. Now cold forced to suffer its last breath again and again. Perhaps the church hanged him. Perhaps he did it himself. It no longer matters. Whatever sorrow clings to him is hollow. Whatever pains he feels borrowed. He is beyond pity. That's a fucking creepy ass smile. Please. Lies, it's all lies. That boy, he corrupts the truth. Burn it all. You'll receive justice. They're so pretty, you will burn. No. No, you're a man. You'll carry the shame. Hearken, the pyre of judgment awaits those who do evil. Their names consumed by holy flame. Straight the which let her ashes fall. So that's where you are. The hearth beneath, there are no bodies at all, are there? Skinning his eyes locked onto yours, you feel it in your neck. The burning, the tightening muscle, the pull of skin. Breath falters beneath the weight of his stare. The smell stretch a nerve. Never wavers, his bulging eyes remain fixed upon you, unblinking. He crawling along your throat tells its story. It is the same fire that claimed the Milborn and Thorn. Burning concealment. The Ornish church rarely resorts to flames, deeming it a punishment reserved for the truly wicked. In their haste to bury scandal, they must have gathered the bodies soon after the service, cast them into the hearth, and called it purification, cleansing their hands of the sin they had harbored. This which walks in deceit and fouls thy ward, grant me flame that I may cleanse her sin in the fire unending. Oh, burn me, will you? Riven. Get your filthy hands off my lamb. Whoa. That. Is. And there he is, your companion, your Riven, in all the dreadful glory of the hunt. Poised to devour his prey, you've seen him like this so rarely that each glimpse makes it hard to remember the face beneath. Monster he becomes only ever surfaces when you skirt the edges of the otherworld. Side whispers linger where your own soul flinches. You know what he'll do to Gideon Thorn. He will toy with him first, like a cat with a mouse, circling, teasing, chasing for the thrill of the hunt. It's dearer to him than the prize, and then he'll devour him, slowly agonizing piece by piece, without mercy, without pause, until nothing remains but the echo of his wrath. You dare touch what is mine, insignificant wretch. You exist now only to amuse me. To feel the weight of my wrath before I cast you into the endless void. Run, fragile thing. Run while you still can, for the void is patient, but I am eternal. What the fuck is that? What unholy beast? No, this cannot be. It's a nightmare. Yes, a nightmare. It isn't real. It cannot be real. I'll close my eyes and it'll go, eh? It'll go. Just go away. The rib hangs and frozen to belief, eyes locked on Riven and Thorn. Uncertain what horrors they witness, you must drag them from this place swiftly, for the witness Riven's place. Before their minds splinter, reality crackle like brittle glass. Some may endure it, those already acquainted with fear. The rest, clinging to reason, will find no refuge here. Just Crow, take them outside quickly before any of you see more. Right on it. Move, all of you. One by one, they escape into the night. You linger, eyes caught between Riven and the horror he has become. Turns, beaming your gaze for an instant, almost gentle, before turning back to finish what he began. You remain a moment longer, unable to remain. You know he will change. Further he sinks into his feeding, the loss of the human shape will remain. Force yourself to move. You may brush against the edges of human senses. Stand but a step away from the sight, but you're still human, and there's only much you can endure before the mind begins to slip. Close your eyes, drawing a breath as you step out of the church. The light shall scour thee, deceivers, thou shalt find no rest. Light, what need have I a light when my eyes see farther than light itself dares to reach? No, stay back. You're no creature of the Lord. No. Damn. You step out of the church, leaving behind Thorn's violent cries echoing through the nave. The ring greets you like baptism. Your companion's life sprawl upon the soaked earth. Faces pale, breaths ragged, eyes wide with shock. They look on you as you approach, but not one of them dares to speak. I'm sorry. Well done. You haven't seen anything. Are you alright? I'm sorry. Forgive me. I should have spoken sooner. A spirit as wrathful as Thorn can find only one deliverance, else it binds itself forever to what it conveys. He just starts smoking a cigarette. Bloody fucking hell. Crown, may I have one of those? Then the lights Miss Kapoor's cigarette. Her fingers trembled, the last fragment of her composure flickering like the match itself. The rest still real in confusion. Miss Maggie looks towards you but cannot hold your gaze, while Mr. Morgan seems ready to be sick, clutching Thorne's letters to Elfie as though they might explain any of this. Of them all, it is he, surprisingly, who appears most undone. I don't know what to say. Is this what it's like for you, Miss Vales, and all that everything? Not always. I'm sorry, this case was especially cruel. I wish it weren't so, but... That monster, is it your Finn? That is Revan, yes, though he does not always appear so fearsome. Only when the danger is a great threat. Will he kill that priest for this, Elfie? Make that rotter pay? Yes, and it'll be painful. Good. Good quiet 10 minutes passed. Some spent pacing, others sitting on the floor with hands letting the rain wash over them, dulling their senses and bringing them back to the reality they have always known. Now and then you can catch a muttered curse, a nervous laugh, but they remain relatively calm. I wonder if each of them has already brushed against death before. Something that steadies them even in the face of such a horrifying truth. Then slowly Miss Maggie raises from where she was crouching and walks towards you. Her eyes are questioning, yet touched with sorrow for what she witnessed aside. What do we do with the letters, Miss Vale? Don't know how much the church knew, but the way they hid the bodies, it don't sit right. Leave them there. The folks see what monsters they harbored within their walls, what sort of wretch they trust with their children. They'll deny all knowledge, naturally, and should come to light that we were party to this. They'll drive us from the city or see us murdered and our remains cast aside, as they did with the Milborns. Those bastards ought to pay. I agree with the doc. They'll come away clean as a whistle. Keep the letters for now. We fight the church when we have the teeth for it. Don't like this one bit, Miss Vale. I'm getting me sorry out there. If I land in trouble, I land in trouble. Not if he deserved better. So did the Milborns. Let a weary sigh. The beginnings of headache pressing at your temples as your thoughts stretched in every direction. Your companion carries away to reason. You can see the merit in each perspective. Each argument seems true. Yet both are sharp and dangerous as the edges of a finely tempered blade. One path beckons with the promise of caution. You could hide the majority of the letters, keeping only a secret few as leverage for the day you must once again face the church. Alfie will need time to reconcile with such a choice. Yet you are convinced that with patient explanation and proper incentive, you'll understand, and more importantly, Thorne will never be able to harm him again. And yet, unfortunate as it is, justice will remain unserved, bitter and lingering, a taste that will not depart from your tongue. The alternative, though perilous, carries its own grim satisfaction. To leave the letters exposed, to hope that some honest soul might read them, before the church buries the truth as it so often does, would be to court danger, to invite the wrath of powerful men. Maggie's words might tear open the veil of secrecy, but at what price? Her livelihood would be destroyed. You and all who stand with you would be cast into peril simply for daring to challenge their authority. Yet within this path lies the chance for justice. Alfie and perhaps others might find peace, and the wrongdoer's crimes will not go unmarked. Each option carries its peril, each required though tempered with care, for one hasty choice could render all intent void. Night presses forward, whispering that your reckoning must come soon. You must choose your path. My only question is, why didn't anyone go through his desk? They would have found that, right? Right?
Boop.
Who wants to choose? Do we burn the letters or leave the letters? Someone make the choice. I don't know what to do. My stomach is turning from this. I just like this. I want this to be over and done with. You want justice for Alfie, but leaving the letters in plain sight would be reckless. The Ornist Church holds too much sway in Blackford. They would bury the scandal before morning, and those who speak up would be branded liars, agitators, or worse. If you really wish to bring them to justice, you'll have to be careful. Just a long pursuit, not a single strike. Ooh! So Edka and Nathan approve, and the other two do not. Shall keep some and let the rest burn. We must be cunning before we move against the Ordnance Church. That's how you want it, Miss Vale. Dealing with beast inspectors, I thought you had a spine. Wise indeed, Miss Vale. I harbor a little regard for the church, but they could flatten us as one would moto dust. Caution is our only safeguard. I hold back some for blackmail. They'll come in handy, mark my words. Gentleman remains. You're free to leave. Come morning, it'll be simpler to answer. One account is less liable to suspicion than many. Sure, Miss Vale, I can hang about. Anxious ghost, though, by in the dark. Quite sure, Miss Crow. You have seen my companion yourself. Right. Leave me, you know where I'll be. Aye, that's me done. Think I'll knock back a few and hope the bed swallows me whole. Take care of yourself, will ya? I'm not entirely sure what I saw outside, perhaps I'd rather not be. So I'll command you, Miss Vale. This is your honor your work. Good night. I've had quite enough of this shit. Don't worry, the real Miss Carver goes free. Go get your pay from him. That seems to settle it. Only task remaining is to disappoint Alfie. Wait a few minutes before stepping back into the church. This time, the nave answers only with its old bones. No priest, no ribbon. Scented lingering malice. It is merely a building again. Flowers strewn with thorns' filthy letters. Sam picked them up slowly, one by one. Doing your best not to read, averting your eyes. You're not so innocent as to be surprised by Thorn's depravity. Your chest aches all the same. His rationalness means nothing now. He was a coward, a blot on earth, and he has received his due. You cannot help but wish, in some private, ugly corner of yourself, that he had still drawn breath the church found him. That his punishment had been long and slow, not quick and clean. Step slowly towards the window by the altar, eyes lifting to the symbol of the god of light. Wonder how such darkness could be permitted to ruin his house. Yet you know well, where there is light, there must always be a shadow cast upon whatever it touches. I want to kneel before you pray, lamb. At least you think you defiant. Presume your hunt was amusing at least? Naturally. Off to share the good news with young Alfie then. Just a moment. I'll burn the letters first, or we'll hear from the church again. Burn them all. If I hear one more sermon, I might just torch the place myself. Shall we? Through the hours godly, you stepped inside the house, your clothes wet and muddied, your body aching with the exhaustion of the day. The door closed, you leaned back against it for a moment, letting yourself breathe, resting both body and mind before the thoughts of all that has happened rush in. Thankfully, you notice at once that the house feels lighter now. Most of its malign presence seemed to have lifted when the priest passing. Getting Thorn will haunt nothing ever again. Still, you know Alfie remains. You can almost sense him, patient and waiting. Yet you have a feeling he will not show himself, at least not until you sleep. Raven hasn't shown himself to you since the carriage either. Though that is to be expected, he always keeps his distance for a while after revealing his other form. His monster, so to speak. First time it happened, you were barely 5, and you cried so hard he dared not come near. For days he only appeared at a distance, waving from afar to see how you feared before approaching again. It had been a difficult time for you both. It took some while before things returned to what they once were. Second time it was necessary, and you understood. You did not judge him, though he still reappeared days later in his cat form, hoping to make the return easier. This time you hoped he will not be gone at all. Finally, you step inside. You find him perched upon the windowsill, a cat, of course, as you expected. You hear a switch with the sound of the door closing behind you. You walk towards him and rest your hand on his head, a faint smile touching your lip. It's still not easy for him. You're aware. Time for him is eternal, and he remembers every second of it. Logic may understand that you were only a child then, but memory does not bend so kindly. To him, it must still feel as though it happened only yesterday. Raven helped me my dress before I ruined what's left of it. I'm halfway drowned and the other half caked in mud. Honestly, my dear lamb, at this rate, I'll have to commission you a uniform myself. Something more forgiving of rain, mud, and ghost. Finger began to work on your dress. You let out a sigh of relief. Companion is back to his usual self. No sudden departures, no awkward waves from afar. Blackford is in your city, and the way your first week began, one of the most harrowing cases you've yet endured, hint that life here will be far from easy. Difficult choices will need to be made. Sacrifices offered, and you will be confronted by crimes that turn your stomach. Riven, too, will have to reveal more of his other self, and you'll be forced to reckon with your own callousness in summoning him to do so. Are you all right? I'm sad, just peachy and pissed. I'm fine. I'm sad. My heart aches for Elfie. One can only imagine what he has endured all these years. You did what you could, Evie. What is it? I cannot understand. How is it possible such a love to wound a child so profoundly. Maybe also to discuss love lamb, but I do not believe that qualified. It is not only natural to be mindful of that which you cherish, logically by its very definition. Yes, right. Thorn did not love Elfie. His letters were full of accusations and anger. Born witty, he could not face in himself. He punished the poor child to rid himself of his own guilt. A coward, weak in both soul and mind. He only wished that his end could have come without bringing such suffering to Alfie and to his family. Such needless violence. You're right, you know, love. You blamed everyone else. You're right. You're right, of course. That was no love. Come on, rest now, lamb. She'll be prowling around, making sure her small friend is safe. Call my name if you need me, as usual. Stay. Stay as a cat. Thank you. Stay. Wait. Before you stop yourself, the words slip out. You're not entirely sure why you've asked him to stay at all. Only the thought of being left alone tonight is unbearable, as part of you believes, or perhaps simply wants to believe, and feels much the same. It has been a trying night for you both. Though he claimed to have enjoyed devouring Thorin, the final glance he gave you in the church, his other form half shadowed by the flicker of dying light, was nothing short of heart-wrenching. There had been something in it, an unspoken plea as though he sought permission to act, according to his nature. He had feared your judgment, or your fear of him, perhaps both, perhaps more. Yes. Come and stay with me, in the bed, I mean, just side by side while I sleep. My lady commands I shall remain perfectly silent. Yes, we shall do it then. Sleep. Sometimes I will sleep, and you'll remain silent, as usual. Ma'am, are you truly right? You don't have to be courageous for my sake. If you'd rather I go, I will. You know what I become frightens you. Will you sit down, please? Yes, madam. Stretches up beside you in bed, and you feel the familiar comfort of his presence. You've always loved sleeping with him near. It brings a sense of security, a quiet warmth. There are years when you would have sooner died than admit it, but those days are long past. Now you simply relish the comfort he offers. You could almost swear he has his own warmth, his own heartbeat, though your ears cannot hear it, nor your hands feel it. Still your heart knows, and that calms you. Even the brush of his hollow breath against your skin soothes your nerves, easing you into rest. Except tonight's not one of those nights. Nothing eases you into rest. Instead, you toss and turn in the bed, shifting one side to another, flinging a leg and an arm, trying everything. Left, right, pillow beneath your leg, stomach down, back down, the running pose, the starfish. None of it brings comfort. Riven watches with growing confusion as you thresh about. Legs draped over him, your arms brushing across his face, your movements a whirlwind he is forced to participate in. Perhaps I ought to retire to the windowsill tonight, where your limbs cannot assault me so. No. Peter, you're pushing yourself naturally, I assure you. It is unnecessary. I'm quite used to it. But having to just... What are you doing? You have no idea. All you know is that the thought of being alone leaves you breathless. The thought of staying apart leaves you breathless. The thought of him believing you fear him leaves you breathless. The way he stops so carefully around you, afraid of what he is, leaves you breathless. The knowing that he cannot feel your panic, your awkwardness, your pulse beneath the skin, leaves you breathless. Somehow, every night you're alone, you find yourself holding your tongue, trying not to say something you regret. Riven is Riven. He has always been Riven. Your companion, your guardian, the ghost in your head, the monster who chases your nightmare away, you're Riven, and he leaves you breathless. So you're one step away from confessing, if not to him, then to yourself. You pull him, or perhaps your hand did of its own accord, and now you're sitting on top of him. His eyes puzzle, studying you while yours feed him his eyes. No, your gaze lingers elsewhere, on the faint curve of his lips as he begins to understand what you're trying to say without words. He is clever, though. He ponders only about the things he deems worth his time, his amusement. Yet, never once has he spoken of the intricacies of human affection. So you could swear he grows less amused when men show interest in him. Flirting, circling, testing what they think is unclaimed ground. Riven's territory, you. Wonder if that too could be called a kind of interest. Perhaps he doesn't know himself. Perhaps neither do you. But you're a single heartbeat away from knowing, or from humiliating yourself beyond repair. Perhaps, just perhaps, from the way he looks at you, not entirely amused, you might take that as something in your favor. That's a thigh. I'm pretty sure that is her thigh in his hand. Beanie's face is going red now. Beanie's face is going red. This isn't even like. I don't know why stuff like this gets me turned red. I don't know why. It's nothing that was lamp seeking now. Yeah, answer with words instead. You lean forward, press your lips to his. He does not push you away, nor does he ask you to stop. A single moment of hesitation passes before he repeats your motion, pressing back against you, one hand resting on your leg, the other on your waist, pulling closer to his lap. Each peck of yours is met in kind, as though every kiss might answer some question in his mind. A living sequence of inquiries that can only be resolved with more kisses. And somehow, it answers questions in your own mind as well. You're afraid to be alone, afraid of losing him, trying to bury one feeling beneath another, or simply confirming what you already know. You cannot tell, but it is pleasant. His fingertips on your skin are pleasant. His lips on yours are pleasant. More than that, they soothe the ache inside you. The ache you have carried for weeks in his presence, like water to a dying plant, dew settling gently on your lips. I I like to just state here and now. I don't know why, but my face is fucking bright ass fucking red. I'm guessing if we chose all the friendship stuff for him, this wouldn't happen, I guess. Maybe I think we ought to speak. For me, I didn't mean to make you uneasy. Appears you made yourself uneasy, I assure you. I was quite fine with the kiss. We've been unsettled all month because of this. I tried to ignore it. Perfect. I was saving you discomfort. Yes. I tried to ignore it. I'm sorry. I tried to ignore it. This feeling, thinking it would fade, but it hasn't. Naturally. Shall we consider kissing part of our customary proceedings then? And you truly don't mind? I don't mind in the least. I am merely curious what is allowed between us now. There's always a little turbulence whenever our association changes, as you know. Am I to initiate? Or are you? Would you be cross with me if I kissed you? Would you be cross with me if I didn't? It's confusing and rather concerning. Looking into his eyes, you can tell he is truly concerned. Living together as long as you have, you found your boundaries and tested them over time. You shift in your relationship those inevitable changes that come from growing alongside another soul. It's brought a brief, chaotic period of confusion. This will be no different, and as ever, talk will only help to an extent. The rest must be lived through, learned in a new, slow ebb, and flow of tangled feelings and thoughts, all muddled together in the human mess he now finds himself a part of. I'm afraid much of it will be trial and error. It will, won't it? Well then, perhaps we should begin with something simple. Aww. So slowly, one arm slipping beneath you as he lays you back upon the bed, lips grazing your neck with gentle care. You rest your hand over his, moving with him, letting him cradle you. Though brief, you've already been on his lap, kissing until breathless, yet even now, the simple contact sets your heart racing. Each time you draw close, it feels like water to your fire. Soothing, steadying, yet beneath it stirs a faint dread. You're happy, here with your ribbon, and yet afraid of what lies ahead, of the unknown that could unravel everything in a breath. Good? Good. Close your eyes and feel the full weight of the day pressing down. Perhaps Alfie still churns in your stomach, and perhaps this is why you've craved your ribbon's embrace so desperately. It is rare to encounter cases that unsettles you so, yet each time it happens, you're reminded of the harsh truths of human nature. So violent, so vital, perhaps it is better to be a ghost like Ribbon, seemingly untouched by the world. Feeling your uneasy squeezes your hand, and your tense body relaxes into him once more. Sleep now, lamb, unless you'd rather I keep you awake a little longer. Your lips curve into a smile, Threading to his teasing, exhaustion weighs heavily in your bones. You shift closer until your back rests fully against his embrace. There no space between you. Chuckle softly, relaxing to the warmth of your touch. At last, you let sleep carry you away to dreamland, hoping that there, at least, Gideon Thorne and his horrors cannot reach you. Is that it? Is that the end of chapter 1? Or... I don't know! This game has given me so many mixed signals if it's the end or not. Not? It is not. You wake to the sound of Alfie's marble rolling across the floor. Body is cold, trembling in the freezing air that seems to have settled into the room. Mattress dips beside you, shift away, and with an dull ache pulses in your temples. You know these signs too well. Alfie is here. Bring your eyes to the darkness of the room and the soft rustle of the bedclothes. A small cold hand reaches from behind you, lightly closing around your arm. Movements are quiet, gentle, timid. Alfie's way of speaking without words. You smile, your breath steadying. Perhaps now that Thorn no longer haunts him, he can make himself known openly. Hello, Alfie. Game time? 5 more minutes. Do you want to talk? Hello, Alfie. Of course, I'm to follow you again, am I? Rise from bed, half awakened and drowsy, your bones still aching from the day's exhaustion. Sleep tugs at you desperately, yet Alfie demands your attention for good reason. There's unfinished business, and you know you must reassure him that he is safe now, or you will wander these halls for who knows how long. As soon as you step into the hall, it reaches you. Filling your ears, your chest, your head, Alfie's cries. Realized with a pang, this must be what Riven heard when you first arrived. Oddly, though, the sound does not come from his room. Still searching for where it might be until your eyes fall on the attic door. Unlocked slightly ajar, the stairs leading upward, beckoning. The attic is dark. You pause for a few minutes, letting your eyes adjust to the gloom. You're certain Alfie is here somewhere. You can feel the thrum in your temples and chill of the veil brushing against you. Look around, the room is mostly empty. Broken furniture, dust spattered fill the corners. The air smelled of neglect. It's clear this place had been abandoned for some time. Then you see him, his small form tucked behind a stack of old boxes, draped in cloth far too dusty to have been touched in years. Knees are drawn to his chest, his head buried in his hands, trembling as he cries. Poor thing, how terrified he must have been, hiding here all this time, hiding from Thorn. It's okay, Alfie. Terrible hide and seek. He can't hurt you anymore. It's okay, Alfie. Okay, you can stop hiding now. You're safe, Alfie. I didn't mean to, I swear. Please don't leave me. It's too dark. It is clear from the way he is crying that he needs a moment to calm before he can speak. Thankfully, he brought his marble with you. As it customary between you, Lily crouched down and nudged the marble toward him. Clings against the floor and rolls to a stop at his feet. Slowly sobs listen. His shoulders relax, and at last he begins to calm. Lily lifts his head from his hands to look up at you, curious, fearful, hesitant. No more hauntings, no more games, just a little boy broken by the very adults who were meant to protect him. He's gone. Thank you for the work, Lig. Decidedly so. He's done hunting now. Alfie, yeah, my promise. I don't want to go. Father Gideon said I'd be sent to the bad place because I've been wicked. I didn't mean to. I swear I didn't mean it. You won't. No bad place. Thorn will go there. I know. You won't. Alfie, you won't be sent to the bad place. You've been a very good boy. But a hint of wickedness. Gideon Thorn was a wicked man. What he did to you was cruel, unjust, and deeply wrong. But he cared for me. No. His actions were never caring. Caring doesn't hurt. It doesn't hide in secrets. You deserve gentleness, not this. I gave him flowers. Sometimes he said it was wicked, that only a devil would do such things. Alfie, you done nothing at all. You offered him flowers because you believed he was a friend. You were kind and trusting, and that's good. He lied and tricked you, not the other way around. But why? Not every adult knows how to behave. You made wrong choices, but you did nothing to deserve it. I wish it made sense, Alfie. But sometimes it doesn't. People, they're not always good. Some of them are wicked, and they do terrible things, even to good children like you. My family, they warned me not to speak with him too often. They didn't like it, but he told me it was the only way to save me. No, you never needed saving, and he could never have been saved. It's alright. He won't harm me again, and you won't even see him, I promise. Does the church, do they know? Maybe there are others like me. Think back to the church. They must have suspected something, just Alfie's parents did. Though whether they truly knew the full depths of the abuse remains uncertain. You cannot tell if they had a hand in Thorne's death. If they did, then they certainly knew. But if Thorne took his own life, perhaps they never did. Fortunately, they may never learn the truth, unless you decide to go public with the letter. Little proof you have. Even then, there's a chance it would make no difference. The church holds considerable power in the city of Blackford, and its influence might quash the story before anyone could even hear it. Now it is simply a matter of how to tell this to Alfie. I cannot say whether they knew or not, but I took some of the letters he gave you as evidence, in case I should meet them again. Fear they might have sought to cover it up had we attempted to speak. So you won't tell anyone? You'll just leave it be? Shall not let it lie. I promise you. But we must tread carefully, Alfie. One wrong step, and they'll bury it so deep they may never see the light again. Alfie glances down the small marble in his hand, weighing whether to trust your word. A moment he nods slowly, though a faint shadow of disappointment lingers in his eyes. If you think it's best, Evelyn, I will trust you. I hope that never happens to anyone else like it happened to me. Promise you, Alfie, I shall do my very best. Thank you. Could you give this to my uncle? I made it for him, but I never had the chance. Cry for me. I heard him at night. Tell him not to be sad. Tell him I'll be okay. Gently, Alfie extends a small paper towards you, the drawing of Mr. Morgan clearly seen the test of time. Small burns along the edges and a few tears marring the surface. It's all the more endearing, showing how much he cared for his uncle. You take it carefully from his hands and give a reassuring nod, promising it will reach its intended recipient. That's all arranged. Anything else you like, Alfie? Will it be dark there? I'm afraid I cannot say for certain, but none who go return, so it must surely be a good place. Hey, thank you, Evelyn. Thank you to your scary friend, too. He stayed close. Watch over me so Father Gideon couldn't get to me. He's indeed quite useful against souls such as Thorne. Glad we could be of help, Alfie. Now rest easy. You have earned your respite. Close your eyes as the gentle breeze drifts past. For some reason, you can never keep them open while they left. Perhaps out of respect, perhaps from fear. But the moment they cross to the other side, you feel it in your bones. The thumping in your ears ceases, and the voice you could not hear but always knew vanishes. The cold brush of the veil retreats. Suddenly you are left alone. Just yourself, the night, and the soft creaks of the old house. Nothing more. Well done, my lamb. You've gone and brought tears to my eyes. Now that's settled, what do you suppose awaits us next? Why, to find her none, of course. I dare say either Miss Maggie or Miss Crow proved most helpful in our endeavors. She'll pen them a letter first thing in the morning. I was sent to adventure, a missing none, your hidden lineage, and naturally my own death. Simply delightful. Calm yourself, Riven. One matter at a time, please. Speaking of which, what shall we do about our living arrangements? Must admit, this house has proven quite agreeable. And my debts initially, but it's growing on me. Suppose it is good as any. It will, of course, depend on what the real Mr. Carver thinks. Do you suppose you might assist me in persuading him? He is more likely to part with it if it's haunted. Haunted. In that case, boo. Okay, that's the end of it. Okay. I will tell you all one thing. Holy fucking hell. I don't know. I liked it. I didn't like the scary parts. I did not like the whole fucking darkness with only the light and the thing, and it was... I really thought that kid was gonna fucking murder me. Seeing his little face in the back, you know, kind of blending in with the dark, but, you know, seeing it fucking terrified the shit out of me. And then bashing into the freaking thing, too. My God. You know how terrifying that is? Well, we solved it. I don't know what the heck. I naturally assume that this entire story is going to tell her story as well. Of her heritage and why she was, like, put in the orphanage, you know? So I naturally assume it's going to be that. I do want to know what they're going to do with it. They probably already have an idea what they're doing, so I'm not going to like wildly assume. But it will be entertaining to see. What is going to happen with the next couple of chapters, I don't know. I honestly can't wait. If it's any if the chapters after this are same as this one, I don't know if my heart can handle it. Let's just also state that. I jumped and I had to yeet my headphones off just because I thought I was gonna hear a thump again. That was gonna make me jump out of my fucking chair. You know? I I scare very easily. For those who haven't realized that, I scare fucking so easily. It is fucking hilarious. You know? Just so freaking hilarious. On that note, I'm going to be writing out to Dan because he went live not that long ago. And when I mean not that long ago, I mean exactly like 5 minutes ago. So I shall see you all next time. Which is tomorrow. I'll be streaming with Voice. Voice is doing his first stream tomorrow. At least he hopes to be. I really hope so. I'm gonna drag him to do it. No matter what. You hear that voice? I'm gonna make you do it. I'm gonna make you stream. But on that note, I shall see you all tomorrow.